Damien was a fairly wealthy man. Back in high school, he was nicknamed the lawyer, but that was more from the fact that he always wore a black suit and red tie in all weathers. Was it winter or summer? Damien never wore anything else. It seemed like that suit was the only thing in his closet. But no, he just had 5 of these jackets and pants. What kind of ties? The choice was huge, from the usual basic black boatie to a red tie with flowers. Of course, Damien didn't become a lawyer, but that aristocratic remained in him forever. At a more mature age, around 30, he began collecting watches. What else is an independent man who has built a career on art to do? Yes, exactly, on art. It would seem that how can a person who knows culture and knows about paintings and books earn so much? But he can, and perfectly well. Damien was an example of this. Humanities are often undervalued by society, and for good reason. Art is much more complex than math and engineering. It's about feeling. If he had become a prosecutor or a lawyer, he would never have gotten that skill. But he made the right choice. He followed his heart. And while his classmates sweated at work in stuffy offices, he gave lectures, visited museums, conducted seminars. And then he became a famous movie critic. All these fields of activity, of course, over time began to bring him quite a large income. He bought a beautiful house outside the city, a house that was surrounded only by a forest of spruce trees. Those trees always soothed him. He found peace in the rustling of those branches, in the smell of the place, in the atmosphere itself. Often sitting by the fireplace and reading a book, he would look out his panoramic window, as if envying himself. It was indeed spectacular. With him sat his faithful dog of royal breed and quietly wagged his tail, putting his clever head on his master's knee and looking at the vastness, as if he too felt this power, the power of this place. It was really mystical special. Sometimes you sit at the foot of a fir tree, look up, and there is an owl sitting there. Damien told his daughters about his impressions. It is a majestic and wise bird, and it looks at you, and you keep your eyes on. Are you afraid to scare it away? Or are you really communicating with this mysterious creature? Well, if you ask me, life in the city's a lot better. At least I haven't met any maniacs. Amy's youngest daughter laughed as she put a sugar cube in her cup of green tea. Oh, you've seen too many horror movies and now you're doing something crazy, the older daughter replied. Both daughters were in their early 20s, and Damien had turned 50 last month. He looked very solid for his age. Sometimes his daughters called him vintage dad. Damien laughed. It didn't embarrass him or make him angry. On the contrary, he liked growing up, gaining experience. He was getting better every year, just like the expensive French wine in his cellar. Well, Darcy, what's your opinion on that? Damien laughed in a businesslike manner. Cross your arms? About what? The older woman asked, finally sitting down at the table. She liked tea, but pouring it into each mug was torture, Darcy said. There are only 4 of us at the table, father, sister, myself and my husband. But my father and sister are my guests tonight, so it is my duty to be a proper hostess. Where would you like to live? Damien clarified his question without taking his daughter's serious gaze off him. I am comfortable here. The city is a place of opportunity for me. What I would do in the middle of nowhere, I don't know how to answer that either, Darcy said. Dad, I'm not you who reads a book, tells the world about it, and criticizes it, and get $50,000 for it. Damien, you're exaggerating, he laughed. Wait a minute, Amy. My main income comes from lectures to upperclassmen. And you've made a fortune off of them, she said sarcastically. Oh, please. What kind of fortune? Well, I bought a house in the woods. What of it? In fact, I'm just a professor who teaches cultural studies. Yeah, and you also do charity work. And also bought downtown apartments for my 2 daughters, laughed Darcy's husband, Matthew. You should do the same. Damien strongly recommended it. Alex and I go to the orphanages every week, by the way. You can't imagine how much clothing they accumulate after a theater performance. They re-stitch the costumes, and they make great clothes for the kids, Amy said. By the way, where's Alex? I haven't seen him in a while. Where's my brother-in-law? Damien faked indignation. Dad, stop it, Amy shushed him. First of all, he's not your son-in-law. And second of all, I told you at the beginning that he was sick and couldn't make it. I wasn't at the beginning. I was late. You know the traffic on Friday nights, Damien replied. Yeah, the traffic called the flower shop, Darcy grinned, nodding at the 3 bouquets and vases her father had given her. Damien was even embarrassed, but he didn't show it, just laughed with everyone else. He loved his daughters more than life. They were the only reminder of his deceased wife, Sandra. How much they were like that beautiful woman, just as kind and helpful, beautiful, and at the same time incredibly sweet. Damien tried to do everything for them. He thought it was his duty as a father, provided them with apartments, always offered them money, but the girls refused. They wanted to achieve everything honestly, by their own labor, and their father understood them. He was very proud of his daughters, who were so eager for independence. A few minutes passed and Damien broke the silence again. "When am I going to have grandchildren?" Everyone almost choked on their tea, and then laughed out loud. "Dad, you're a joker today. Are you going to be a comedian?" said Amy, laughing out loud. "You almost choked us with tea." "Why? Don't you want to give me heirs?" Damien persisted. "Dad, we are your heirs," Darcy replied. "I don't think it's too early to think about grandchildren. They just turned 23. She's a girl like me." "Yes, my dears, you're right," Damien said a little sadly. By the end of the tea party, he very rarely spent time with his family. They were all busy setting up their own families now. Damien looked at the happy married couple. Darcy and Matthew looked at Amy, who was smiling, looking at the screen of her phone. Surely her lover must be texting her. And Damien thought to himself with some vague regret at how lonely and maybe even miserable he was. Those thoughts haunted him all the way back to the mansion. He was met by his only true friend, a dog named Fred, who was already 3 years old. If you counted by human years, he was about 21. What, a young man in the prime of his life, Damien thought, and sat down by his favorite fireplace. Fred sat down next to him. "I guess it's our fate to be lonely," Damien said. "You want a girlfriend, don't you?" "I'm sorry, friend, but I don't want puppies." "Well, they're all over the shelters as it is. We don't need any more poor little dogs in the world. Save these poor things." Remembering the shelters, Damien went to the round table and found a letter from the New Life Dog Shelter. Just recently, Damien had donated $100,000 to this shelter. It wasn't a small amount of money, but it was better than nothing. Damien was not a greedy man. He just liked to distribute his income properly, and he divided the money among many organizations. The letter read, "Dear Damien, we are very grateful for such a great contribution to our homeless animal shelter. We want to express our gratitude to you. And as a presentation, we are sending you a collar. It's very durable. You're durable. Definitely be well taken care of." The envelope did indeed contain a spiked collar. Damien took it out and laughed. "Do you realize they think I'm really going to spike you?" He showed the collar to the dog, while the dog sniffed the object with interest. "They are so used to restricting the freedom of animals, and all they need is clean air and enough freedom to do what they want," Damien reasoned. He sighed sadly, sat down on the couch, and began to prepare his paper, which he would present at the lecture the following week. He sent out invitations to all his acquaintances, family, relatives, and his students. The lecture was at the Museum of Modern Art. Damien had to get up almost at 5 in the morning, so as not to be late for his own performance. Of course, he wasn't the only one speaking there. Various critics, lecturers, professors, writers, art historians, and other speakers came from all over the city. Damien often felt uncomfortable in such company, but today he tried to fight his embarrassment. He was a professor, after all, and his thoughts have the right to be spoken along with the others. "Good afternoon, Damien," shouted one of his students somewhere in the opposite corner of the hall. She ran towards him with a face that had a smile up to her ears. Damien really set this girl apart from the rest of his students. Not only was she great at art, but her looks were amazing. She looked like an elf. White as snow, straight hair, and slightly pointed ear tips. Her very face was very refined, and the professor, although he was not a follower of mass culture, could not help but remember the movie The Hobbit. After all, that's exactly how the eternally young, beautiful elves were portrayed there. "Good afternoon, Sandra." Damien smiled. "What can I do for you?" "The lecture starts in half an hour." "I just wanted to ask you when you have a seminar with my group," Sandra asked. "Honestly, I haven't thought about it yet. I don't think I'll be able to make it to class on Wednesday, but you can definitely wait for next week. And by the way, warn the others that the test is coming up." The girl almost glowed with happiness. Damien's exams were always a lot of fun. It wasn't the usual class where the teacher called the students to the blackboard as if they were being executed. No, it was completely different. They sat in a circle so they could see each other's eyes, and everyone answered the questions in order. And in the spring, these exams were held outside in the fresh air. What could be more beautiful? Sandra loved Damien's lessons. This teacher really had something to say, and the girl got into his every word. "I am very honored by this attention," Damien admitted, and almost bowed. Sandra was indeed his favorite student. Damien had high hopes for her. She was very capable and hardworking, doing all the reports. Often she brought some interesting materials to study just for fun, and she and her classmates would take them apart in class. It wasn't just a faculty, it was a dream. And it was all thanks to Damien. Sandra jumped with joy and ran towards the stage. Damien also took his time walking that way, looking at the paintings of beautiful modern artists. He used to not understand their style, their language. But one day he decided to attend one sensational lecture, which turned his conservative idea of art upside down. From then on, he began to visit such exhibitions more often. He liked the concepts themselves, the language of the creators. They express their feelings through strange figures or compositions. Many people do not understand modern art, but if you understand art as feelings, with the help of which the author expresses himself, can feelings be subjected to the laws of logic? No, it's impossible. Our feelings are confusion, impulsiveness, chaos. It's an explosion of emotions, a firework, an avalanche, a torrent. That's what real art is. No, it absolutely did not mean that Damien stopped being fascinated by classical works and started watching only modern dramas and reading books of this century. Damien still preferred Shakespeare to everything in the world and adored Pushkin. But time is passing. Art and culture take on a whole new color. And to conform to the new time, one must accept its basic laws and genres. It is in our age that art is free. People express themselves with the help of strange at first glance objects, draw incomprehensible pictures, make sculptures incomprehensible to the masses, but all this really shows what a big step culture has made by the standards of mankind. People are not restricted by the limits of their previous existence. They do and create what they want, what they feel. This was inspiring to Damien, and it was in this lecture that he was going to tell everyone about contemporary art and its impact on people. And now welcome the legendary movie critic, literary critic, journalist, writer, and of course, philanthropist Damien, announced the host. Damien came on stage with a smile, adjusted his tie, coughed into the microphone, and took out his works. There were about 30 pieces of worksheets. Damien hoped he would be understood and supported. He was a little apprehensive. The other professors who had spoken before him had talked about timeless classics, about the importance of preserving history, and now he would break all the foundations and tell everyone the truth, or rather, what the future of mankind is striving for, in his opinion. So he began confidently. Many of you in this room probably know me as a literary critic as well as an art critic. Well, today I want to talk about art, specifically about its contemporary direction. There were sighs and muffled exclamations in the hall. The reactions were quite different, but Damien noticed one pattern: mostly teenagers and students were happy about the topic. In general, the younger generation, quite older or even elderly people, contorted their faces in anticipation of something unusual. Of course, Damien was a bit tense about this reaction of the older generation. After all, they were the ones who were now at the helm. And if Damien said something wrong, he would quickly be judged and suspended. His heartbeat increased noticeably, but he decided to continue. Modern art is something marvelous and beautiful. It reflects our society, our thoughts, our feelings. It is a broad concept that encompasses various forms of creativity, from painting and sculpture to installations and performances. Artists use new materials, techniques, and ideas to express their thoughts, emotions. Damien hesitated for a few seconds, but he saw Sandra's gaze shining with support. She seemed about to soar with delight. She really liked Damien's speech. Modern art is also often controversial because its meaning and purpose are not always clear, he continued with a smile. However, that is where its value lies, its ability to provoke dialogue and reflection. Often works of contemporary art offer the viewer new views on the world, evoke emotions, and make them think. It is important to realize that contemporary art does not have to appeal to everyone. It is meant to evoke different reactions and emotions, as well as to open new horizons for understanding and perceiving the world. That is why we are here now, in this museum. Here very young talents show what their thoughts and feelings are capable of, what they themselves are capable of. I think it would be useful for all of you to study at least a few paintings, installations, sculptures. Yes, at first glance you may think that it makes no sense at all, and the artist obviously smoked something before creating this masterpiece. Laughter erupted in the audience. But look closely, Damien continued, pleased with the first lively reaction. Once you remove your preconceptions about contemporary art, once you feel what the author of a particular work wanted to say, only then can you understand yourself. Damien talked for a long time and finally finished. At first there was applause, and then whispers were heard in the hall, quickly turning into loud cheers. I hope that I have helped you a little to see contemporary art in a new way, he said. Once again, I insist that you examine the works in this museum. May each of you discover something new in contemporary art. May we be prepared to reflect on its meaning and impact on our lives. It will definitely be useful for you. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions or want to discuss this topic in more detail, I will be happy to help. Once again, the room began a vibrant discussion of the words we had just heard. Damien really struck a chord with many. Many visitors began to approach the paintings, sculptures to study them not superficially, but in more detail. Damien was glad that many people were influenced by his words and had a positive reaction. Of course, there were some grumpy old men who immediately left the building after this mini lecture, but that didn't really upset Damien. The main thing was that he had conveyed his thoughts to the general public, and the reporters who filmed all of his speeches would probably post it on social media, which would create even more coverage. Damien came down from the stage and was immediately approached by 3 girls who asked for his autograph. Of course, he didn't turn them down. He realized that it's not every day you can meet someone who is 15 years older than them, but understands their whole life, understands what they live, and what art means to them. Damien noticed a girl not far away who was looking at a painting. She seemed genuinely interested. She was wearing a light, airy white dress with a wide ribbon around her waist. She looked very graceful. Her ponytail, which was made with a hairpin, completed this airy look. Damien just couldn't help but approach this thoughtful lady. He approached her very quietly and stood at her side, from which the girl, when she turned her head, flinched in surprise. "Oh, excuse me, please," the mysterious stranger stammered. Damien's smile never left his face. He thought he looked like a maniac, but he just couldn't take his eyes off this marvelous creature. "I'm sorry I startled you," he said. "It just seemed to me that you were trying very long and hard to understand this picture." "Yes, after listening to your lecture, I really wanted to take a closer look at these colors and strokes. You inspired me, you might say," the girl smiled. "Well, let me explain the meaning of this masterpiece, which is simply not yet accepted as such," said Damien. "I would be all for it." "My name is Damien." He extended his manly hand to this fragile angel. The girl was embarrassed and hid her smile behind the book she was clutching to her chest. Elise, the stranger, finally introduced herself and shook his hand lightly. "What have you got there, Jane Austen?" Damien asked, looking at the book Elise held in her hands. "Yes, I love such novels, romantic, but at the same time, very deep philosophy. It's all about knowing where to dig," she said. "Well, that's commendable," the man smiled. "But let's get back to the painting. This picture was painted by a rather famous artist, Jenny Samuels. Initially, you probably completely missed the meaning of those gray blotches and colors. Samuels is known for her gray hues and abstract style. She creates a sense of haziness and mystery. In this painting, you can see the different shades of gray that create a sense of depth and mystery. "I am amazed by you," Damien marveled. "It's the first time I've seen someone describe a painting in such detail based on both their own feelings and those of the author." "Really? I thought everyone did that." Elise grinned. "You gave me a whole lecture yourself." "There's an overwhelming sense of unease when you look at it," she continued. "I think gray shades can symbolize uncertainty, melancholy, or sadness, but everyone can perceive this picture differently, depending on their own associations and emotional state. Is that what you feel when you look at it?" "Well, I feel very uncomfortable," Damien admitted. "I feel like the author was depressed at the time she painted it, and deeply depressed. Although I find something in common with her emotional state. I think I even understand her." This red color, Elise pointed to the right corner. "It is a kind of anger, and all the gray colors represent a depressive state. It's as if the artist rarely has any emotion at all. Everything is gray, lifeless. Perhaps this life has become so ordinary for her that she's become unbearably bored." "I'm liking you more and more," Damien admitted aloud, and almost collapsed on the floor with embarrassment. He definitely hadn't meant to say that out loud. "I'm a professional editor with a degree in philology and 20 years of experience." He noticed Liz's embarrassment as well. She clearly hadn't expected that from a stranger either. "Well, it was nice to meet you," Damien tried to end the conversation as quickly as possible. "Maybe we'll see each other again at some of the exhibitions, though I don't go to them that often. Today was the only one I've been to in 6 months. I'm looking forward to seeing you again." "You're a very interesting person," Liz said. She shook the man's hand and left for another room. They never crossed paths again. A month passed. The meeting had completely slipped Damien's mind. He had already forgotten their conversation, but now he was invited to the exhibition again, but as an ordinary guest. albeit with some additional opportunities. For example, he could enter the halls where other visitors were forbidden to enter. Damien decided to go there with his family. It wasn't uncommon to get out somewhere, and this was a great chance to spend time together. The only one who couldn't join was Emily. She had gone into the hospital when her boyfriend passed on his illness, and she was sorry. "Honey's getting better," Damien said into the receiver of the phone and dropped the call. It was very hurtful, but there was nothing that could be done. Health was always more important. Darcy and her husband showed up for the meeting. They were all in formal suits. Such handsome, businesslike people. Darcy had done a dazzling hairdo. So many visitors turned around to get a closer look at the beauty. This time the show was held in one of their state's historic homes, as Damien liked to talk about the land Damien lived in. He even joked, "I wish I had a companion to dance at the ball." Of course, there were no balls in the former Noble Assembly. They don't organize balls nowadays. As last time, everyone came to see the paintings of modern artists. "It's a very strange piece of work, don't you think?" Darcy asked her father, coming up behind him. She took another sip of champagne and waited for his answer. Life is so inconceivable sometimes. It seems like only a month ago he was praising modern artists who brought something completely new to our world. But seeing it honestly makes me want to cry. What was he trying to say with those delicious cakes? Damien said. It was a very strange sculpture indeed. There were donuts with different colored icing glued to the mirror, white, black, and pink. Each one had teeth marks on it. One had the edge bitten off. Nothing else had been made or written here. Damien completely failed to understand the meaning of this masterpiece. "Oh, I see you two like my installation. I'm very flattered, because it took me a month to come up with the idea," said the thin young man, whose gait was more like a lady's. "A month?" Darcy shouted in surprise, and she shut her mouth as she saw the displeased look in the artist's eyes. "Yes, a month," he repeated haughtily. "Let me show you." He nonchalantly pushed Damien and Darcy aside and stood as close to the mirror as he could. Now he began. This installation is called Stop Eating. Damien and Darcy looked at each other. They were trying hard not to laugh, but their smiles were definitely visible. "May I ask," Damien said, holding back a laugh, "why did you choose such a vulgar name?" "Oh, it makes an impression and makes you think." But he pondered, "Don't distract me. So where was I?" "Oh yes, my concept. It's simpler than it sounds at first glance. It's a protest against the toxic consumption of unhealthy products," the artist said, and stopped talking, as if he was waiting for a reaction. But the audience didn't react. "I don't understand at all what you're talking about." "Excuse me, what toxic consumption?" Damien asked. "Why are you people so shallow?" "All right, I'll explain it to you on my fingers," the artist sighed. "Let's start with the fact that our age is the age of consumption. People buy goods, food, in fact, absolutely everything, and then they throw it all in the trash. They pollute our nature and ecology. People today are really selfish. But that's not the point at all. I decided to look at the statistics of obesity in the world and was simply horrified when I saw the figures. Right now, 33% of our planet is already overweight. And if this isn't stopped, the numbers are only going to get bigger. "So how does your installation combat this problem?" Darcy asked. "See the donuts in the mirror? It's an addiction to sweets. To lose weight, you have to stop eating those sweets." "But people decide how much weight they're comfortable with," Damien objected. "No, what's wrong with that?" The creator exploded. "The more they eat buns, the more they consume. It's all bad for our ecology." "But how will your painting help to combat this problem?" Damien asked. "People will look at it and realize what a terrible mistake they are making. They will realize when they look first at the donuts and then at the mirror." "But how are they going to realize that when even you've been explaining this installation to us for 15 minutes? Darcy wondered. "Why don't you write an explanatory note here, leave some guidelines?"
Yes, Damien had already begun to mock the poor young man, but he was not offended, but rather angry. It seemed like he was about to turn around and smash that mirror to pieces. It soon became clear that he really meant to do so, for he had already taken a swing. Emily rushed to stop the unhappy artist, but a girl who Damien hadn't expected to be here came to the rescue. It was Liz.
"Robert," she shouted and took the insane man by the arm. "Calm down, calm down." The words really seemed to have an effect on him. He, breathing heavily, stepped away from his masterpiece, frantically rotating his eyes. "What's wrong? What are you doing?" Liz asked him sternly. "Those two insulted my work," he cried. Damien certainly didn't think artists were so sensitive. He felt very ashamed, though he rather felt pity for the man. "We didn't do anything like that," Darcy said indignantly. "We were just talking, and I'm sorry, I don't know his name, acted like a child. What kind of circus have I come to?" "Liz? Do you two know each other?" Damien was surprised. "Yes. This is a good friend of mine," replied the girl, embarrassed. "Dad, who's Liz? Who is this?" Darcy whispered angrily in her father's ear. He was blushing more and more, but he didn't lose his senses. "Yes, this is Liz," he introduced his acquaintance. "I met her at an exhibition at the Museum of Modern Art about a month ago."
"Liz, I'd like you to meet her. This is my daughter Darcy," he addressed her.
Darcy had no choice but to smile and shake her hand.
"I'm very glad to hear that my father has a friend who also likes art. My age," she added casually, but everyone took the hint. Damien gave Darcy an angry glance, then walked over to Liz.
"I apologize," he said to Robert. "I shouldn't have tortured you like that. We were only curious. We didn't mean to hurt you." The young man gave Damien a haughty look and then walked away, catching his shoulder. "I'm sorry to have caused such a commotion," he said to Liz. She smiled embarrassedly, then said, "It's good to see you again. I didn't expect to meet you again and again at such an interesting exhibition." "Oh, yes," Damien laughed. "I'm here with my family." He glanced around to show Darcy and Matthew, but they had disappeared somewhere. He just shrugged and went back to his dialogue with this lovely girl. "What do you think of this work, Robert?" Damien asked as they strolled slowly down the hall. "I think it's overrated." "It's a masterpiece, no doubt, but there's nothing unusual about that smile. You see, people are always trying to find a clue when there's no clue. They're looking for a miracle in the ordinary for some reason. But I think Da Vinci is a genius," said Liz. "You see, it's not her smile that's the mystery, it's the look in her eyes. Leonardo, I think, was the first person who could make a smile with his eyes, not with his lips. It's like he put his soul into it. Those eyes seem to glow." "I didn't expect to hear you speak like that." "Very surprised," Damien replied. "Most importantly, I think exactly the same thing. You're so smart. Let me ask you an indiscreet question. How old are you?"
"I'm 26, Liz replied with a smile.
This answer did not embarrass Damien at all. He had expected something like that. Liz was very young, but she thought like a very wise person who had seen a lot. This seemed like something unbelievable. "Look at them," Darcy whispered to her husband. They were standing in a remote corner of the room, watching everyone like maniacs. Darcy stood businesslike, but already more relaxed. The alcohol had finally taken its toll on her, but she kept drinking. "This champagne is delicious. What are they discussing now?" "I don't think it's the mysteries of art or the meaning of life," she said wryly. "Do you want to come closer and have a look?" Matthew replied. Darcy looked at Matthew indignantly. "Are you stupid? What closer? But we'll see. But you wanted to, didn't you?" "God, I'm just speaking figuratively." Darcy was angry. "I don't like this. And Liz is too weak and clearly has a superficial view of people. You know, I know people like that. A pretty girl like that can't know about art. She just wants to make money. So she thinks about where to put her pretty face." "What are you getting so attached to her for? You don't even know her." Matthew replied. "Maybe this girl is really interested in paintings. Maybe she's an artist herself. You don't know." "There's no need to know." Darcy rolled her eyes, then pointed her finger gently at the girl with white hair. She was dressed in strange clothes. Everything seemed to be made of leaves, and her head was covered with intertwined tree branches. It was as if she was the embodiment of nature in a human body. "See, that's really an artist. That's a really creative person. Now look at her." Darcy nodded toward Liz. "Skin and bones. She's probably anorexic too." "Maybe you're just jealous," Matthew remarked. "I don't see anything wrong with that girl." "Jealous? Matthew, don't you understand?" She turned away from her husband and went back to watching Damien and Liz. They were looking at a large painting on the entire wall. Darcy nervously twirled her glass in her hands. She certainly didn't like what she was seeing. "What if she wants my father's money?" Darcy thought with horror. "Exactly. She wants to seduce him and then take his inheritance. She's a con artist. I'll go and expose her right away." Matthew didn't have time to stop his wife. She rushed toward Damien and Liz at the speed of light. As soon as she got there, she tugged on the poor girl's shoulder. She gasped in surprise. Her eyes were filled with indignation and fear. "I'm sorry," Liz said. "I won't forgive you, you little bitch. Get away from my father," Darcy shouted. What Liz was outraged, raising her voice. "How dare you?" Liz shoved Darcy, causing her to stagger, unable to keep her balance because of the alcohol she had drunk. Darcy collapsed and something crunched under her. There was the sound of breaking glass. Darcy looked at her arm. It was covered in blood. There were shards of glass on the floor. Her palm was literally embedded in the shards, but she felt no pain. "Oh my God," a woman's voice shouted from behind her. A crowd began to gather around Darcy. But the girl wasn't going to stop. She was so enraged that she lunged at Liz. Both collapsed to the floor and began to fight. Damien tried to pull the fighting girls apart, but it was no use. Nails and glass shards were used. Then Darcy grabbed Liz's hair and pulled it, causing her to scream in pain. "Somebody make it stop." "Security?" people shouted. Two pumped-up guards in black uniforms arrived only a few minutes later. They managed to pull the two angry girls apart. Darcy was held by Damien, and Liz, who was nearly unconscious, was supported by a guard. Liz's throat was covered in scratches, some of the shards even embedded in her delicate skin. As soon as Damien saw this, he immediately abandoned Darcy and ran up to Liz. Darcy grabbed Matthew in an arm and began to calm her down. She didn't want to keep fighting. "Ambulance. Call an ambulance," Damien shouted, examining Liz's neck. A few minutes later, the poor girl was taken to the hospital. All the guests saw her off, standing on the porch in plaids. It was already getting colder, so it was impossible to stand outside for long. Damien sighed heavily and walked back into the building. There, police officers were questioning Darcy. Matthew stood next to Darcy and said that she was in no condition to say anything. She was drunk. Damien was ashamed and disgusted to even go near his daughter. He walked through the shards and saw some woman sitting on her knees crying. It seemed to be the same place where Darcy had fallen. "What's your emergency?" Damien leaned sympathetically toward the poor woman. She looked up at him with tear-stained eyes. "My sculpture. It took me 2 years to make," she sobbed. Damien could see why it had caused such a reaction. It was her creation, and now it was bound to be ruined, barbarically destroyed. "Destroyed," screamed the artist, clutching a shard of her sculpture in her hands. Damien sat down next to her. "May I ask what it was?" he asked gently. "I was making a meaningful copy of David. I just added some of my own details to it, overplayed the image a little. But there's no point in talking about it now. It's all gone. It hurts like hell." "I understand," Damien said. "You know, I'm an art historian by trade. I'm often invited to watch the restoration of really old objects, dishes, sculptures, books. And then one day, the restoration department burned down. You may have heard on the news, many things were saved, but I had one favorite book. I loved to look at the cover, even though I didn't know the contents or the author. So, when everything in that department burned down, I went to identify some items and saw that very cover on the floor. All the pages of that book had burned, but my cover remained. You see, I wasn't allowed to take it with me, but they promised that they would display it in the museum. What's my point? Even an artifact that has lost its historical value can be important to us. Something will definitely be left of it. And even if this cover burned, I wouldn't grieve, because I still have the memory of it. I put a part of my soul into it, even though I was not even the creator." The woman listened to him very carefully and seemed to understand what he was saying. She gripped the shard of her sculpture even tighter. "Keep this piece," Damien said. "It will remind you of your work, of the feelings you had when you created it. Yes, your personal David may be lost, but you still have your most precious possession, feelings and memories, emotions. Isn't that the point of art, to leave something in your soul? Some kind of imprint on your memory. No one else will ever see it. I'm sure that you didn't originally set out to impress anyone. You were doing it for yourself first. You wanted to pour your feelings out somewhere, and creativity has served you well. Even in this shard, your energy remains." "God," the woman whispered. "Please tell me your name." Damien grinned. "My name is Damien," he admitted. "Damien," the woman continued to whisper. "You just opened my eyes," the woman said. "I feel no pain at all. I wanted to kill myself 5 minutes ago. Wouldn't you like to be a psychologist?" "No," Damien replied. "My calling is art." The artist cried and threw herself into his arms. He smiled, stroked her back, and comforted her as best he could, and it seemed to work. After half an hour, the police realized they weren't going to get anything out of Darcy and released her and her husband Matthew. Matthew shook Damien's hand and promised to take Darcy home safe and sound. Damien had no doubt that he would. It was Matthew after all. He still hadn't followed her today, though. Damien approached the police officers. They gave him a leering look and then asked, "Are you a witness?" "I'm the father of the girl who caused all this commotion," Damien answered. "Can you tell me more about what happened? The cameras don't explain much." "Well, it's going to be a little difficult, but I'll give it a try," Damien began. "The thing is, my daughter didn't like the woman I was talking to. I think it was the alcohol, though. Darcy always does terrible things under its influence. Why was she drinking so much of it? She wanted a distraction. Apparently her husband didn't keep track of how much she was drinking. It was a terrible situation. My friend Lisa is now in the hospital. That night ruined things with this girl, too, I think." "Are you aware that you will now have to sue that lady over there?" the policewoman asked. Damien followed her hand with his gaze and saw the very artist he'd calmed down a few minutes ago. She was looking at him with a smile. "I think we can settle this out of court," Damien summarized, smiling back. "Well, we hope so, too. You're better off, but you'll still have to pay moral compensation to all the guests tonight." "No problem. How much?" The officer was a little puzzled by the question. She obviously didn't expect Damien to offer money right away. "They'll find out later," the woman explained. "You're free for today. Thank you for the information. Do you need a ride?" "I'm good. Thank you. I drove my car here." They said goodbye, and Damien left the building. The car was parked nearby, but the man had to walk through the entire park before reaching his transportation. At first he had planned to drive home to get some proper rest. This evening had clearly not gone according to plan. Damien hadn't expected to see Liz there as well, and certainly hadn't thought events would unfold this way. He started the car, but he wasn't going to his house. His destination now was the city hospital. That's where the ambulance had taken poor Liz. "Good evening. Could you tell me which room Liz is in, please?" "Just Liz." He smiled at the young woman at the information desk. Damien realized only now that he didn't know her last name or her first name. "Liz who?" "Give me the last name," said the tired, monotone voice. This shift had obviously been very hard on her. "Honestly, I don't remember the last name. It's a friend of mine. I just wanted to know if she was okay. I'm sorry, we don't allow outsiders." Damien smiled sadly and stepped aside. He decided to wait for a while, in case Liz came out here. At least Damien really hoped so. But half an hour passed, an hour no one came out. Only the nurse behind the counter looked at him suspiciously.
Soon Damien was tired. It was already 23 on the clock. He realized that no Liz was coming out, and after wishing the nurse on duty a good night, he left the hospital. As he passed through the gate, he saw a poor grandmother begging for alms. Of course, Damien had a very kind heart and a huge soul, so he handed her a large bill. Granny's eyes went to her forehead. All day long she had collected some pennies in that plastic cup.
And now she's being handed a large bill. Damien was about to leave, but Grandma called out to him. "Blue," she shouted, barely catching up with him. She handed him the money back. Damien looked at her with complete incomprehension. "Honey, I don't need that kind of money. I'll get mugged." "Thank you, but it's too much," Grandma said. "Grandma, please take it. I'm not forcing you to do anything. I just wanted to help you," Damien replied. But the old woman just shook her head from side to side. I'm sure she wanted to take the bill and spend the money, but it was as if something was stopping her. Was it moral principles or fear for her life? It didn't matter. The bottom line was the poor grandmother returned the money. Then Damien found a solution to the problem. He took his wallet out of his pocket and pulled out a few smaller bills. "Here, please. Don't refuse at least this," he said, handing the old woman the small bills. Now the grandmother did not have to be persuaded for a long time. She took the money and immediately hid it in a secret pocket of her skirt. Gratitude shone in her eyes. Then she crossed herself. "Damien, God bless you, sweetheart. God give you happiness," she exclaimed. Tears of joy flowed from her eyes. "Can I give you a ride?" "I've got a car nearby," Damien suggested. "No, thanks, honey. There are kind people here, too. The orderlies let me sleep in their back room. Sometimes I help them with the cleaning. I say a prayer service at the hospital church for good health. I'll read one for you, too, darling. There is mercy in this world, after all," said Grandma. She mumbled and crossed herself for a long time, but Damien was already gone. He smiled as he headed for the car. Damien was very thoughtful. He was very concerned about Liz's condition. He hadn't even seen her, and the last thing he had seen was her horribly mangled neck. He hoped the girl was all right and on the mend. Damien was terribly angry at his daughter Darcy. What she had done was very reckless, childish. She wasn't a teenager, but she'd done something so stupid and hurt so many people. The poor woman who had her sculpture broken. People who couldn't enjoy that beautiful evening surrounded by paintings and works of art. What if someone had a date going on there, and now it was irrevocably ruined? Where she could have ruined someone's fate. She could have irreparably injured Liz, too. She could have taken a wrong turn, and the doctor should have helped her. And how many shards of glass were in her neck? Damien almost wanted to hit his daughter. He even had the thought of turning around and driving to her house to have a serious talk with her. He seriously considered suing her. Then he remembered that this was his daughter. Whatever she is, she's his own blood. He has to protect her, even when she commits such horrors. Damien didn't understand what Darcy disliked so much. Why had she decided to lash out at poor Liz? After all, they hadn't even really known each other, just shook hands. That was the end of their acquaintance. Why was Darcy so angry? She was always reasonable. She did what was right in her conscience. Something strange happened to her today. No more alcohol. Damien decided to talk to Matthew about it when he visited them again, and if Darcy would even be able to have her father visit now. After all, she would surely be ashamed. At least he hoped so. But all his hopes were in vain. The next day, after a terrible hangover, Darcy sat in the kitchen drinking water in glasses. But when would that headache subside? She moaned all day, suffering from a headache that was accompanied by a buzzing in her legs and arms. There were many bruises on her body. "That's a lesson for you," Matthew noted quietly. He was clearly annoyed. His wife's behavior had affected his reputation a great deal, or rather it would. It would probably be in the news, and as his colleagues would create rumors about it. He'll definitely lose his bonus. "What's the lesson, Matthew?" Darcy said, putting a piece of ice and gauze to her temple. "I'm 27 years old, and I don't need life to teach me lessons." "No, but you're acting exactly 17, Matthew replied. Though even teenagers didn't stoop to the kind of behavior you're stooping to. I just grabbed that bag off my dad's shoulder. Didn't you see her making a move on him?" Matthew couldn't stand it any longer and pounded his fist on the table, causing the cutlery to fly upward. Darcy immediately stopped talking and held her breath. She was feeling real fear now. She really felt like a teenager being reprimanded by her father. "I spent half an hour trying to prove to the police that you were under the influence of alcohol, and now you're claiming it was all deliberate. Why are you so aggressive, Darcy? Why are you so violent?" Damien was outraged. "Yes, Darcy, I am. You attacked a poor, defenseless girl at a cultural event, clawing at her neck, throwing splinters at her. You don't think that's cruel?" he yelled. "Okay, I admit it. There's a lot I don't remember. I may have done some things unconsciously drunk, but the motive was dictated by my mind, not alcohol. I knew what I was doing," Darcy replied. "Did you want to kill her?" "I don't understand," Matthew shouted. "No, just to teach her a lesson. Let her know who she's messing with. She is not worthy of my father." "Jesus, Darcy," Damien shouted. "Do you hear yourself? Where did you even get the idea that she wants your father for money?" "God, I'm just shocked at you. They were just discussing the exhibition, that's all." He said himself he was seeing her for the second time in his life. "Matthew, don't understand," Darcy interrupted him. "No, I don't want your explanation for what you did. There is no excuse. It was bloody awful. I've never seen you in such a state in my life. I don't think I've ever known you. You see, you're lucky. You've never seen me angry. Isn't that wonderful?" Darcy replied sarcastically. Matthew didn't answer anything. He only looked at his wife with a detached and disappointed look. But then he grabbed his coat and left the house. "Matthew, wait. Where are you going?" Darcy shouted after him, trying to catch up, but he had already called the elevator and left. He wanted to be alone. Or rather, he wanted to discuss last night's situation with a more sensible person. "Damien, are you home today? I wanted to stop by," Matthew said into the phone. He'd already called Damien while he was driving, because he knew that the man was always at home that day. He was either working or resting after his work days. "Hey, Matthew. No, I'm not home today. I'm sorry. Things came up," Damien replied. "Business? What kind of business?" After a moment's silence, Damien confessed. "Come to the city hospital. I'm here." Then the man hung up. Matthew was very surprised by this turn and stopped the car right on the highway. 3 cars honked at him from behind, and one driver even shouted a foul word out the window. Matthew took a moment to catch his breath and then turned around and drove back into town. "Hello, Damien. Matthew said hello as he flew into the waiting room. Damien even jumped with surprise. He was quietly reading a magazine like everyone else in the room, and then Matthew burst in. "Hi, Matthew," Damien smiled. "Have a seat." Matthew sat down next to him without a second thought and waited to see what Damien would say, but the man remained silent. He continued reading his magazine. "Damien, who are we waiting for?" the boy asked uncertainly. Damien looked at his son-in-law with a nonchalant face. Then he took a deep breath and exhaled. "We're waiting for Liz. She's about to get here. Liz is the girl your wife beat up. She's also my daughter." Unfortunately, Matthew blushed. He even had a fleeting thought of getting out of here before it was too late. He didn't want to face the man who yesterday was lying on the floor with a Rassesian neck, but there was no time to escape. A young blonde woman in a white robe appeared in the doorway. She looked haggard, bruises were visible under her eyes. Her whole face was swollen, her neck was bandaged. The girl moved very carefully, like a robot, without turning her head. However, when she spotted Damien, a smile appeared on her face. She hurried towards him as fast as she could, barely moving her feet. It looked like she was about to trip and fall. But it was all over, and Liz reached them safely. Damien had so many thoughts swirling around in his head. There was so much he wanted to say to this girl, but it all seemed to slip his mind. Emptiness. He felt uncomfortable with the silence, but it was like his tongue wouldn't listen. Damien just stood still and stared at the pretty girl. "Good afternoon, Damien." She extended her hand to the man, but he continued to stare at one point. Matthew even waved his hand in front of his eyes to get him out of his trance, but Damien remained unresponsive. Suddenly, a ray of sunlight hit him in the eye, and it was as if he woke up. He immediately noticed the girl's outstretched hand, her confused look. Instead of shaking her palm, he pulled out a bouquet of flowers. Matthew wondered where it had come from. After all, there were no flowers when he arrived. Damien held out a beautiful bouquet of soft pink roses to Liz with a pleased expression on his face. She gratefully accepted the gift and set it aside on the coffee table. Now they stood again like two inept teenagers, looking at each other in silence. Matthew decided to intervene. "Boy," he shook Liz's hand and looked away embarrassed. "I'm Darcy's husband. I want to apologize to you for my wife's behavior. It was a terrible situation. I still feel bad about it." Liz smiled. "Thank you. I'm glad you came to see me," she said, turning to Matthew. "How are you feeling?" Damien intervened in the dialogue. "I had an operation yesterday," she wrinkled her face. "It wasn't that complicated, but I had to endure general anesthesia. The doctor took a lot of shrapnel out of my neck, but I should be out in a week. I'm sorry you can see my swollen face right now. Unfortunately, IVs have a big effect on our appearance." She laughed a little. "I'm very glad you're in a good mood," Damien said. "I hope you feel better soon." There was an awkward pause. Damien realized that Liz wasn't going to say anything else, so he took Matthew's hand as if he were his own son, put a smile on his face, and said to the girl, "Well, off you go. If you don't mind, I'll visit you a few more times." "Of course I'd like that," Liz replied. "I apologize for the awkward question. What kind of candy do you like?" The girl blushed even more, then answered, "I won't say. Have a good day." Damien was a little upset by this answer, but he decided to leave the poor girl alone. He wished her the best of luck a few more times. Then he and Matthew left the hospital. Damien immediately lit a cigarette. "Is there any more?" Matthew asked, hoping to relieve his stress. "You're young, you should be healthy," Damien told him off. They walked slowly to the parking lot. "Why are you so concerned about Liz's condition?" Matthew asked. "What do you mean?" Damien wondered. He even stopped, threw out his cigarette, and then said with a sigh, "So you're so indifferent to other people? You don't care about the fate of another person? Your wife caused Liz the kind of damage she will live with for the rest of her life. The scars from those shards will scar her forever, and you don't care." "No, of course not," Matthew answered uncertainly. "That's why I came to see you." "Why?" "Darcy scares me. She said she did it on purpose. I want you to know that she thinks that Liz has bad intentions about you, that she wants to be your kept woman and live off you. And to be honest, when I saw her, Darcy's words popped into my head, and I even believed them." Damien looked up at the sky. The sun was no longer warm. Autumn leaves were falling from the trees. Winter was coming. A snowball was about to fly from the sky. The children would start going to the slides and skating. Damien loved this time of year. He basically loved watching nature, the changing of the seasons. It took him away from his problems, from unnecessary thoughts, gave him a reset, a different perspective. What does she care about my love life? Damien finally answered. Matthew was surprised. What do you mean? She's your daughter, worried about you and her inheritance. Matthew thought for a moment. He thought about how he could justify his wife, but he couldn't find the words. I will forgive her, Damien said, but keep her out of my private affairs. Tell her that she won't go to any more business meetings with me. Thank you, Damien Matthew said. They had already arrived at his car, so the guy had already gone to the driver's seat and started the car. I respect that decision, Matthew. Don't let Darcy worry. I'll just remind her that everything you have now has been achieved not only by her labor, but in most cases she had help from me. That car you drive now was a gift to you. This apartment where you make love to my daughter. Matthew blushed terribly. He wanted to go underground and never come back out into the world. Okay, Damien, he stretched out, not looking the man in the eye. And then he just got into the car and slammed the door shut. Through the glass, he heard Damien's voice. I'll call you tonight. There's something we need to talk about. And Matthew drove away in a pensive mood. He was confused and tense. After all, Darcy was right. This Liz is trying to turn his head, and he is like a mouse walking into a mousetrap to his death. In the evening, the bell did ring. Matthew was sure that Damien would call Darcy, but that's not what happened. They were watching television together when suddenly the cell phone rang. Matthew, who's calling you? Darcy asked with some tension. It's work, Matthew answered quickly, and went into the other room. He was nervous when he saw Damien's name on the phone screen. Damien, the boy, answered uncertainly. He glanced at the door and sensed that Darcy was eavesdropping, so he moved to the other end of the room and began to speak in a whisper. Yes, Matthew. Hi, I'm calling you with a proposition. I decided to leave Darcy out of it for now so it wouldn't come up again. So, my mom's anniversary is coming up. You mean her grandmother's? Yeah, when is it? A month from today, December 21st, which is a Sunday. So, tell me, will you and Darcy be there? Well, of course, it's her grandmother's. Oh, great. Then I'll send you 2 weeks' notice. Why did you call me and not Darcy? I think she'd be happy to hear the news. I told you she's not ready to have this conversation. When I was a kid, she used to resent me for a week for pointing out her mistake, but that hasn't changed. Let her live like this, but don't mention the anniversary. She'll find out when the time comes. All right, Damien, she will. And then Darcy entered the room. Her doubts were confirmed. She was definitely eavesdropping. But Matthew was quick to recognize it. All right, I got it, he said, taking on a confident, businesslike air. You got it. And he dropped the call. Exhaling discreetly, Darcy approached him like a sly fox and immediately asked, Who called you? My boss told me to bring a file to work tomorrow, Matthew answered. Darcy didn't respond with interest and immediately slipped away to another room. In the days that followed, Damien was determined to ensure that Liz received the best care possible. First, he paid her 150,000 rubles in moral compensation, and then persuaded the management to move her to a private room. They had not met since the day Damien first saw her in the hospital. Everything was handled by his lawyer. But 3 days later, Damien decided to visit Liz in person. Hello, he peered through the crack in the door of the room. May I come in? A woman's sleepy voice answered in the affirmative. Damien entered the room. It turned out that Liz had just recently woken up. She was eating something that looked like porridge from a gray hospital plate. The girl was very surprised by Damien's unexpected arrival. She even woke up and tried to fix her hair. Well, good morning, she said, embarrassed. I'm sorry, I didn't think you were coming, so. Don't apologize, Damien said, slowly entering the room. I brought you some tangerines and oranges. I hope you're not allergic to citrus fruits. No, Liz smiled. I'm very glad you came to see me. I'm glad you came to see me, and I'm glad of what you've done for me. Liz, can we go back to you? Yeah, of course. I'm a very mature, experienced person. You too, of course, but you've got your whole life ahead of you. It's hard for me to say this right now, and maybe you won't understand me right away. Liz watched with terrible interest. Damien knew how to intrigue. I feel like an inexperienced teenager right now. It's just, do you want to go on a date with me? And Liz pulled away. Was there even a twinkle of fear in her eye? Or was it a spark of desire? Damien still didn't understand. "Damien, I'm sorry, I guess. I guess I rushed you," she said. He backed up abruptly. "We don't even know each other," Damien lowered his head in frustration. Damien felt like running out of here, but Liz suddenly continued her thought. "Yes, we don't know each other very well, but our friend's supposed to come on a date. I think that's what dating is for, to get to know each other, isn't it?" Damien immediately blossomed. His face seemed to come alive. He moved closer to Liz and said, "Then next week I'll take you to some amazing places. You'll love it. I guarantee it. I trust the professionals. And yes, we're on a first-name basis," the girl said with a smile. "Oh yes, it's very unusual." Damien was embarrassed. "Well, then I'll take you away from here until Monday?" The girl wondered. "Well, yes." The man smiled slyly and left the room. A week later, Damien arrived at the same place and entered the same room. "Good afternoon, how are you?" The man did not warn the girl in advance about the meeting, but he knew that this very day, Monday, she would be discharged. She sat in the room on her suitcases and waited for the doctor to bring her documents. "Damien?" she shouted. "Not Damien, but Dima," smiled the man walking into the room. He was already in a formal suit, except that he hadn't brought flowers with him. "But I'm not ready," sadly replied the girl. "My face is swollen and my neck looks terrible." "You won't need a face," Damien smiled, and then he realized that it sounded very strange and decided to correct himself. "The place we're going doesn't require it." "Well, you'll see when we get there. Or have you forgotten?" At last the girl was given the discharge and was free to go. They walked to the car and Damien opened the trunk. Damien pulled out a huge bouquet of red roses and a gift-wrapped box of chocolates and handed it to Liz. She was taken aback by the gesture. "Thank you," she replied, stammering. "Now, let's go," Damien said. They both got into the car and drove off. The drive took only 20 minutes, and soon they were there. Liz saw a 2-story, gray, unremarkable building. She was even a little disappointed. Had Damien decided to bring her to some factory? But upon entering, she realized it was clearly not a factory. The receptionist handed them carnival masks. That's what visitors were supposed to wear. "All the adventures," Liz clarified. "Yes, we're going on a real adventure," Damien confirmed and put on the mask. They entered the spacious hall. At first it was completely white. There were only a few visitors. But after a few minutes, a miracle happened. A blue beam of light flashed on the ceiling. Then it spread all over the walls of the hall. It was so spectacular, it took your breath away. And then Liz recognized in this picturesque performance Van Gogh's painting Starry Night. The girl was simply amazed. She had never seen anything like it in her life. And Damien looked, without tearing himself away, into her dazzling eyes, which, at last, for the last few days shone with happiness. They moved on to another hall. In this hall, a field of sunflowers could be seen right on the floor. One could smell them, smell the wind blowing. It turned out that all the halls in this exhibition were dedicated to Van Gogh. In each hall there was something unusual connected with his paintings. In the last hall, they lay on the soft, bed-like floor and looked up at the ceiling. This hall represented the painting Starry Night over Rona. It was something very impressive. And not just because there was a soft floor. It was as if this painting had come to life. Somehow the organizers managed to make a pool here and disguise it in such a way that it really looked like the sea, relaxing. The music seemed to gently introduce the atmosphere of this painting. Damien cried from the excess of emotion. He had never experienced anything like this in his life. Liz seemed to remain enthralled as well, and when they looked at each other, it was as if a spark had traveled between them. Liz reached for Damien first, but he didn't hesitate and kissed her on the lips. It was the most romantic night of their lives. It was from that day that they started dating. "You decided to date," marveled Matthew, who was sitting in a nearby chair by the fireplace. Matthew arrived at Damien's house to pick up some paperwork, but Damien couldn't help himself and told his son-in-law everything. "Shh, don't tell anyone." "I want to announce it myself at our family dinner," Damien explained. "At your mother's anniversary." Matthew couldn't contain his surprise. He was in a terrible state of shock at the news he'd just heard. "Matthew, I trust you more than anyone else in the world. You really have always seemed like a responsible and reliable person to me. That's why I trusted you with this secret. Yes, I do love Liz terribly. But you've only known her for a month. You can't fall in love just like that," Matthew objected. "Son, you're still young, aren't you?" Damien grinned. "Pour yourself a brandy. But when your time is short, you cling to the slightest sympathy. You see, Love can be nurtured. It can be grown out of ordinary sympathy. It's all about knowing how to do it. But you really don't know her at all. What if she's not who she says she is? What if you're making a terrible mistake? Matthew objected in a panic. Stop scaring and panicking. I'm sure of my choice, and I'll announce it soon. Damien finished. He took a sip of brandy and then concluded, I think that's all for now. Thank you for the interesting conversation. Matthew made a few more attempts to talk some sense into Damien, but all of them were unsuccessful. The boy didn't understand why his father-in-law was doing this. What is it about this girl? Is she really that special? No, of course not. Matthew had no contact with her, but Darcy's words echoed in his head every time he saw Liz. She was now living at Damien's house and had walked past the living room where they were talking 3 times. She was smiling. But that smile seemed somehow fake, artificial. Maybe Matthew was really paranoid. Maybe he'd fallen under his wife's influence. But something was obviously wrong. A decent girl couldn't just move into the house of an almost unknown man twice her age, and such a pretty girl, too. Now Matthew was almost certain that Darcy was right. Liz clearly wants something from Damien. She'd moved into his house for a reason. But this news of the proposal upset Matthew terribly, as if they'd lost this battle before the battle had even begun, though he didn't even want any part of it. Darcy had started it all, and she seemed to be right about everything. Darcy picked up 2 postcards from the floor. Someone had slipped them through the front door. They were red with a gold ribbon. She recognized her father's handwriting immediately. He loved those colors. They hadn't spoken in a month. Matthew, we have an invitation from my father. Darcy shouted across the apartment. The boy quickly ran over to his wife, and they printed out the letters. My sweet children, you are invited to your grandmother's anniversary. There will be a banquet, family night, coziness, all the things we love so much. Be sure to bring your other halves. Everyone's welcome. We'll sit together as a family, talk to each other. We don't get to do that very often. P.S. I have some exciting news for you. After reading it, Darcy almost burst into tears with excitement. She missed her father so much. At last their relationship could be saved. This anniversary was the perfect chance. Matthew thought otherwise. He realized that as soon as Darcy heard the news, she would simply burst with anger and cut off communication with her father forever. The situation seemed hopeless, but Matthew tried to do something about it. Listen, what date is this event? The boy questioned. I think it's the 21st, Darcy answered. What? But we're going to the theater on the 21st. What theater? The theater, the girl said, exasperated. It was a surprise. Well, if I hadn't told you. Did you really buy theater tickets? For once? Oh my God, Darcy almost squealed with joy. But what about father? He'll be terribly offended, Darcy objected. No, we'll have to cancel the tickets. I wouldn't do that to my father. But darling, I wanted to surprise us. Matthew had lied to the last minute. But Darcy wouldn't agree to anything. She felt a terrible guilt towards her father and wanted to atone for it tonight. Matthew just accepted the circumstance and went with the flow, whatever happens. Honey, are you really going to give us the biggest wedding ever? Emily grinned, sitting on David's lap. He was fascinated by her beauty, and of course, nodded as if mesmerized. Well, of course, darling. I'll make you the happiest you've ever been. You won't have to work anymore. But now, to earn the money for our wedding, I have to work a little harder. So if you'd be so kind as to take Max for a walk. Max? Emily replied in disgust. He can't be walked by our servant? First of all, John is not our servant, dear. He's my domestic helper. It's not his job to walk the dogs, and old Max likes to be walked by someone who's willing to play with him. Emily was reluctant at first, but then she agreed. She tried to honor her man's requests, even though she didn't always like them. David went to his office, and Emily reluctantly went to call the dog. Max, she shouted across the house. Max. At last the dog responded and approached the new man. Finally. Can't wait for you. But as soon as Max approached her, she bent down to put his collar on him. He licked her face in appreciation. Emily screamed in fright and disgust. Emily was horribly disgusted, starting to feel nauseous. She felt like she was going to throw up. John came running in. Emily, is something wrong? He asked excitedly. Yes, Emily screamed hysterically. To walk that damn dog who ruined all my makeup. And she kicked poor Max with her foot. The dog wasn't used to violence, so he didn't even dodge, because he was sure the man wouldn't hurt him. He whimpered resentfully. and Emily went to the bathroom with an angry face to wash off the nasty saliva. "Disgusting dog," she shouted one last time. John had to walk the poor dog in her place. Max was very resentful and didn't want to play with anything. When they got home, they were met in the hallway by David, who was very surprised to see them. "John, what are you doing here?" questioned the host. "It's raining outside, so we had to end our walk early," John said sadly. "That's understandable. But why were you walking Max? I asked Emily to do it." "She refused to be a part of it. Apparently she just doesn't like animals," John explained, a little embarrassed. "I'm sorry she kicked Max with her foot." David was furious, but he didn't bother to find out who was right or wrong. Maybe Max had reacted badly to her and snapped at her. It could have been anything. He decided to just forget about the incident until after their wedding. It wasn't long before the big day arrived. Relatives began to congregate at the mansion. Slowly, the cheerful noise and lively conversations began. David liked this chaos. There was something native and warm in it. At last, Grace, David's mom, arrived. Well, at last. David exclaimed and hugged his mother tightly. He loved her terribly. Everything he had achieved he owed to this woman. She had fostered in him charity, kindness to people. She helped him open his first charitable foundation and supported him financially along with his deceased father. "Sonny, come here, Mommy will give you a kiss," smiled the old woman. She kissed her son on the cheek and went into the living room, where her favorite chair was waiting for her. Soon Emily, Darcy, and their other halves arrived at the house. My granddaughters Naomi called out from the living room, "Come here, my darlings." She began kissing and hugging everyone. A nice domestic conversation began. In half an hour, all the other guests had gathered, but there was still one behind the scenes. But David wanted to announce him a little later. "How have you all grown? What a great bunch of you," admired the Jubilee. All this time, while the relatives were chatting with each other, Darcy did not take her eyes off her father. When he noticed her attention, he approached her. "Hi, sweetheart," David said. "Hi, Daddy. It's been a long time." "Oh, it's been a long time," he paused. And for Darcy, it was the most awkward pause of her life. "Dad, I want to apologize." "No," he interrupted her. "Let's not dredge up the past. Let's just start fresh. I want us to continue loving each other, as father and daughter should." The girl smiled and nodded in agreement. She didn't think it would be so easy to earn forgiveness, but she was glad for this unexpected event. She walked over to her husband and whispered something in his ear. "Papa has forgiven me," Darcy said. Matthew congratulated her, of course, though deep down he knew there was nothing to be happy about. The guests continued to talk until David tapped his glass. Matthew immediately realized that it had begun. "Dear friends, we are gathered here today to celebrate the anniversary of my beloved mother, Grace," David said. "It was this person who gave me not only life, but also faith. Faith in the best. Faith that anything in this life is possible. As many of you know, our family has achieved everything with our own hands and our own minds. And first and foremost, thanks to my wonderful mommy." Everyone raised their glasses and drank to the health of the birthday girl. "But that's not all," David continued. "I want to tell you one more piece of good news on this happy day, when we are all here on such a beautiful occasion. I hope you will share my joy." He paused for a moment. "A man has recently come into my life who has helped me to change many of my views on both life and art. That person is here now, outside the doors. I ask you to welcome." He stood up and immediately opened the door, and Liz walked into the room in a gorgeous black dress. "Please love and welcome, beautiful Liz. She is my bride." The room became so quiet that Alex's breathing could be heard as he sat next to Grace. No one dared to utter a word. Everyone was struck dumb. David had expected something like this, of course, but here was Liz. No one responded to this solemn speech, so she became hysterical and ran out of the room. David immediately ran to catch up with her. The people in the living room began to whisper. "That thing never gave up on him," Darcy said in an angry tone that only Matthew could hear. Matthew's heart sank into his heels. He felt like a dead, departing corpse. He didn't want to feel like that. He clutched his hand, and Darcy noticed it. She yanked him up, started shaking him, and screamed hysterically. "Did you know that? You knew, that's why you didn't want to come here. You knew it all." Matthew didn't answer anything. His eyes were focused as if he had taken drugs. No one knows, maybe he had taken something to calm his nerves. But it seems the guy was trying too hard, because his eyes stared into the void and his ears heard nothing. There was only the ringing of his wife's screams. David came back alone, all frazzled and tired. "I apologized to my fiancée," She's a complete idiot, Darcy finished loudly. I thought we'd made up. She said it while looking her father straight in the eye. Look, all that blonde girl wants to steal his inheritance, and he refuses to see it. She's half his age. All she wants is his money. I tried to save him from her once, but I've had enough. Darcy took her husband's hand and led him toward the exit. As they passed David, Matthew whispered to him, I'm sorry. The front door slammed shut, and then the sound of a car pulling away was heard. Some, it must be said, reached for it. Even Amy, the second daughter David had counted on, turned away from him. Amy, wait, where are you going? Pleaded the father, trying to stop his daughter. I'm disappointed in you, she said, and pulled her hand away, almost squeamishly. In the end, Grace, David, and silent Alex were the only ones left in the room. What are we going to do? Mom asked. I love her, Damien shouted, red with anger. You're a fool, son, his mother said regretfully. Your real wife was a good one. But this one, as soon as she came in, I almost had a heart attack. Where did you find such a slutty woman? Mom, the adult son said fiercely. Grace leaned heavily on the table, stood up, and without a word, picked up her cane and walked out of the living room. Damien didn't bother to stop her. He only asked his driver to take her home. That left him alone, apart from his faithful dog Fred. Damien sank into his chair and began to pet the dog. Once again we are alone, friend Fred. But the conflict didn't fade for a moment, and she came back in the morning, as if nothing had happened. Why did you do that? Damien soothed her as best he could. Why do they dislike me so much? They don't even know me, Liz cried. He hugged his bride and said, We're going to get married no matter what. Do you want to? Do you want to go pick out your wedding dress next week? She smiled broadly. Yes, the bride should have a gorgeous dress and the groom a great suit. Liz perked up. She was clearly intrigued by the proposal, and by the afternoon she had already started calling different agencies that could organize her magical wedding. 3 days passed, the situation had settled a bit, but her daughters still hadn't been in touch. Damien didn't understand what they were so offended by, and what his mother was offended by. They don't even know how beautiful Liz is spiritually. Listen, honey, I've been invited to the orphanage to talk to the kids, give them a lecture. How's that sound? Damien suggested at once. An orphanage, Liz said with a disgruntled look on her face. Yeah, I'm a sponsor. Well, I told you about it, Damien replied. How long are you going to be there? How long? The children need good sweets, toys, new clothes, and attention. Of course, they need it all so badly. So many people had donated clothes to charity this year, so there would be enough for everyone this time. Liz hesitated, but she still put on a smile and went with him. Deep down, she hated children and everything to do with them, but she had to pretend for Damien's sake. His eyes shone with happiness as he gave these kids candy, gave the girls to try on their bright new dresses. Liz, please help that girl over there put on that pretty dress, Damien asked. And Liz smilingly took that girl around the corner and started to put the dress on her. God, the damn dress. You're too fat for it, she grumbled as she tried to dress the child. She tried her best to help the strange aunt, but Liz put the dress on very carelessly. It even hurt the girl. It hurts, she whimpered. Shut up, you wretch, be patient, you orphan brat, Liz whispered angrily, and slapped the child on the back with her long, hard red fingernails. If only she knew who was standing behind her at that moment. Get away from the girl, a low bass suddenly commanded. Liz turned around in horror. Damien was staring at her. He was terribly angry. Get away from the girl, he repeated. Like a fox, she sprang up quickly, glaring furtively, and stepped back a couple of meters. You get out of this building and wait for me in my car. I'll be back in half an hour, Damien said dryly. But Damien, Liz started. I said leave. There was metal in his voice. Liz didn't test his patience and walked out of the orphanage, cursing this girl and this day. Just as Damien had said, Liz got into her car and waited for her fiancé. Soon she saw him on the porch. He was hugging the teenagers, again giving them gifts. But Liz wasn't the least bit ashamed. Yes, she had been rude to the girl, but she really didn't listen to her. However, until they were married, Damien would call the shots. Liz had already figured that out. But why do it? And why spend so much money on strangers? Liz yelled to Damien across the car. She really didn't understand it. It's called kindness, Damien replied. And Liz hadn't heard of it. You could have made a fortune like that if it weren't for the constant spending. Every teenager there has a phone, because everyone needs a phone nowadays. It's essential to our development. There are very kind, understanding kids in this house. They have never been abused in their lives, much less heard screaming. I pay special people to make this orphanage thrive. I'll never understand you, Liz said. They drove in silence for half an hour, and then Liz said, "We're going to pay tomorrow, so give us our gold card." "Okay," Damien said tiredly. His rose-colored glasses were starting to break. Through the cracks, he was beginning to understand the essence of Liz. Then one night, he hatched a plan. "Hey, can you help me?" he asked his friend on the phone. "Did you see what time it is?" "It's 3 in the morning, Damien," shouted an exasperated Matthew. "It's very urgent. Are you free tomorrow?" "Well, I have a couple of clients in the morning, but then I'm free. Tomorrow I'll come to your place and you and I will have a play, one-actor theater." Damien hung up the phone and spent most of the night working on a plan. The morning after, he made Liz an amazing scrambled egg royal, put a love you note under her plate. Then he left on business and put a gold card on the table. He had come to see his longtime acquaintance Matthew, from whom an old debt was long overdue to be discharged. Now, at last, a suitable case appeared. Matthew sat him down in the barber's chair, covered him with a cape, and asked with a smirk, "So, what are we going to do?" "I'll start by becoming an elderly foreigner," Damien said with a smile. Meanwhile, Liz ate breakfast and drove to the bridal salon in high spirits. After a 2-hour drive in traffic, she was terribly tired, but it was worth it. She was met by a smiling sales assistant. "Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to welcome you to our boutique. What would you like for coffee?" she asked. "Yes, hurry up." Liz interrupted her as she looked at the dresses. "I'm sorry, but we don't have coffee. We sell dresses," the saleswoman replied. "And this is a boutique, not a market." Liz was indignant. "Coffee for me," I said. The poor shocked employee ran off to get a cup, and Liz continued to look at the white dresses. Just then some gentleman entered the boutique, clearly a foreigner, wearing dark glasses, a beard, a solid paunch, and a strange tall black hat. God, what a freak ran through the girl's mind. The employee returned with a plastic cup and handed it to Liz. She looked squeamishly at the cup and then at the saleswoman. "What is this?" Liz shouted. "Are you suggesting that I pollute the environment in my hands with this crap? God, what kind of unscrupulous people are these people?" "Excuse me, can I have a refill?" she whispered fearfully. But Liz snatched the cup away from her, or rather, almost snatched it from her hands. She took a sip of coffee and grimaced. "You call that good coffee? What was in the machine?" the clerk muttered frustratedly. Liz rolled her eyes and started looking at the dresses again. Liz picked up the hangers and threw them at the employee, as if they were in the trash. The exhausted consultant realized this and began to follow her around the room. Liz dropped some of the dresses and didn't bother to pick them up. "Hey, you come here," Liz shouted to a coworker. She ran up to her, but not so eagerly. "Find me my size," Liz demanded. "You see, the thing is, these dresses are made to order," she replied. "We sew them or alter the chosen dress to the customer's size." "Well, then, take my measurements or whatever it is you do. Do something." The employee ran behind the screen, leaving Liz alone with the man in the room. "Young lady, I apologize for intruding. When is your wedding?" he asked politely in a slight accent. Liz looked at him haughtily, appreciating his rather plain suit. This foreigner was obviously economizing on his appearance. Liz noticed that immediately. "None of your business," she snapped at him. "Yes, I suppose it is," the man nodded. "Excuse me, just one more question. I just have a wedding coming up too. Can you tell me what kind of suit to get? You girls are always good at that." "You don't need a suit, you're just wasting money. And your wife obviously doesn't care," Liz grinned. "Why are you being so cruel?" said the man sadly. "I was only trying to make her happy." "Man, get away from me," Liz thought. "I'm busy right now." The stranger stepped away and then left the salon altogether. It seemed that Liz had really ticked him off, but she didn't care. She had been very nervous since yesterday, and all that anger was being vented on the people around her. An employee walked into the hall with a measuring tape. The employee walked over to Liz and began taking measurements. "Oh, you're hitting me. Be careful," Liz shouted, twitching as if she had been pricked. I apologized. The poor shopkeeper apologized. She seemed to regret working here 1,000 times. In a few minutes, she finished taking measurements and moved away from the nervous customer. She came to the cash register and began to write down something on a piece of paper. "I have written down your measurements," she said cheerfully. "Now all you have to do is choose a suitable dress." Liz went back to browsing through the assortment, which she shivered at. Somewhere on her face was a look of disgust. "No, I need something else." "These are all awful," she concluded after a few minutes. The employee sighed heavily and went behind the screen again. She came out a couple of minutes later and brought a lovely dress, lush, glittery, rhinestone embroidered, with delicate feathers along the bottom in English white. "Oh, it's just right," said Liz, delighted. "Check out." The saleswoman smiled. She could please even such a fastidious customer. That was progress. She went to the cash register, calculated the advance payment, and wrote something down on her slip, then handed Liz a card. "The order will be ready in a week. If anything changes, please call me," she said. "Okay," Liz replied. But her words were interrupted by the horrible smell of rotten fish. Liz turned around and saw a hobo in tattered clothes. He was holding a real dead fish in his hands. Liz couldn't believe her eyes. "Honey, I want that fish back," shouted the drunk. From the reaction of the employee, it was clear that she was just as shocked by what she saw as Liz herself. "Man, are you confused? This is a bridal salon, not a market," she replied, dumbfounded. The situation in the bridal salon had become completely absurd and unacceptable. A drunken tramp with rotten fish, a beggarly old man threatening Liz. It was all too much for her. The alcoholic came close to the cash register, the horrible odor making Liz sick to her stomach. She couldn't stand it, so she snatched their phone card from the clerk and ran out of the store into the fresh air without even paying. Breathing in the frosty winter air, she felt better. But not for long. On her right, she was called by a horrible, ragged old beggar. God, they don't let a sick old man enjoy his life, slamming and slamming these doors. "It'll be easier from here." Liz was indignant. "It won't. At least they give you money. People like you should be rotting in the dungeons. You don't bring anything to society, you just do your nails and ask for freebies. Get out to here. Stop scaring people. And if you give me money, my dear, I'll go away safely." The old man smiled ingratiatingly, holding out his dirty palm. "You know what I'll give you now? I'll kick you under the breath, and then I'll call the police." "They're on your right. They'll give you warmth and food," Liz said angrily. "You're cruel. Why would you do that? I'm just having money problems right now. My son has cancer. I'm trying to feed him somehow, and even a penny would help." "So you got a job, asshole. What am I giving you advice for anyway? You got to pay for my advice too." "I'm not a free counselor," Liz said and walked away, calling her personal driver on the phone. "Evil always comes back," the old man shouted after her. Liz stopped. Those words made her incredibly angry. Or I walked up to the man and spat on the pavement a centimeter away from him. "I hope people like you die out soon," she whispered threateningly. "You stinking bitch. Where do the police look?" Then the tramp's heart started to race, and it got worse. The gray-haired old man lay on his side. He seemed to be suffocating. "Help," he whispered. "I'm dying." Liz listened to nothing. She called her driver, got into the car and drove home at breakneck speed. Damien continued to pretend he was a poor man dying of a heart attack. "Oh my God, man, can I help you?" "I need help," screamed the saleswoman while dialing the number for an ambulance on her cell phone. "Oh my God, you must be having a heart attack." But Damien stopped her with a wave of his hand. "Don't," he said sadly, in a different tone of voice. "I was just disappointed in an angel today," he concluded with a note of bitterness in his voice. He immediately got up from the asphalt. The employee rushed back to the store, and a few seconds later brought him some water. He drank it greedily. "Thank you very much," he thanked the nice girl. "I'm ashamed of my fiancée. She spoke terribly to you. She's a terrible person, I must admit." "Is that this is your fiancée?" The saleswoman marveled. The tramp smiled and stood up from the pavement. He shook the snow from his clothes and stared at the girl employee of the boutique. She was standing in the cold in a short skirt and a thin tank top. Shivering from the cold, she wrapped her arms around her shoulders. He immediately caught up and threw his clean jacket over her, which he took out of a nearby bag. The girl tried to refuse at first, but he convinced her. Don't worry, I borrowed this from an actor friend of mine. It's a perfectly ordinary jacket. It doesn't have any lice on it, the pseudo-bomber smiled. He led the excited employee back to the store and asked, "Can I ask you one favor?" "What is it?" "You see, yesterday I had a fight with my fiancée. I thought it was nerves, but during the night it was like my eyes opened, and I decided to give my future wife a test. I wanted to test her for kindness, for cordiality. Unfortunately, this experiment was a complete failure, a failure in my personal life. I saw the true face of the one I thought was a goddess," the man said. "I'm sorry that it stinks," he suddenly asked, forgetting about his request. The female employee laughed. "Yes, some crazy person came in with a dead fish," she laughed. "Now the whole store will have to be ventilated for 2 days." And then the girl looked at him strangely and suspiciously. "Excuse me, I haven't met you before," she asked. "Yes, I came into this store today in the guise of a foreigner. Maybe you saw a stranger here with a strange hat." Yes, that was me too." The clerk was amazed. She didn't know people could transform themselves so professionally. It was real magic. Damien also smiled at this comical situation, but his frustration continued to plague him. He couldn't marry a girl who didn't match his principles at all. After all, his main thing in life was kindness, but she seemed to only care about his money. She had no empathy for other people. He knew that Liz was now riding in the car with his driver to his ancestral home, but he had time to do something about it. He called the driver, who was also his bodyguard. "Plan B, Jake, Plan B," he said. "Copy that," he answered, and disconnected. Damien realized that the next few hours were going to be the hardest of his life. He really wanted to marry Liz, but he couldn't go on like this. She would be on his neck faster than he could say yes at the registry office. He arrived back at his mansion in the late afternoon. The clock read 10 p.m. He walked through the gate and approached the house. Damien certainly didn't expect to see Liz on the bench. He thought his bodyguard had done everything right. Then why the hell was she still on his property? "Damien," she shouted desperately as she caught sight of his figure. Damien had been raised well enough, so he didn't ignore the girl, but he decided to keep his distance. He walked towards her with a confident gait and looked at Liz with the most serious look, and his face didn't express an ounce of emotion. "Damien, your security guard has the nerve to keep me out of the house. What is this?" "I have to get him fired," she complained. "My security guard has never been wrong, never is. And right now you really can't enter the house," the man calmly explained. Liz's eye even started twitching from nerves. She didn't understand what was going on, and Damien was in no hurry to explain. He just remained silent for a moment, then pulled out the keys to the front door. "Damien," Liz shouted, "what does all this mean?" Damien had been waiting for that question. Answering it was terribly hard, but it had to be done. He had to act like a true gentleman and leave her handsomely. He stopped in front of her, and then abruptly turned around and looked her in the eye. "Lizzie," said confidently, "we can't be together anymore." The light in the girl's eyes immediately faded. The confidence with which she had complained so vehemently evaporated. Fear and misunderstanding took its place. She collapsed on the bench and stared blankly at the stonework of the veranda. Damien was in terrible pain, but he knew it was necessary. He didn't feel sorry for her. She deserved it. However, for the sake of maintaining a sense of kindness, he stepped closer. "Why?" she asked in a huge voice. "I was there, Liz. I was in that damn wedding parlor today. The bum you refused to give a penny to. That was me." "You were following me?" She was outraged. "No, Liz. I just wanted to see your true face without the mask, and I'd seen enough." There was silence. Damien thought so. Liz certainly had nothing to say. "You're dumping me because I didn't help the poor guy," she laughed. "You're dumber than I thought." Damien staggered back. Liz sounded very grim, confident. She sounded like a mad woman whose devious plan had gone awry. The man took 2 steps back from her, and Liz, in turn, stood up resolutely. "Yes, you may have seen my true colors. I'm sorry I'm not as good a sheep as you thought I was. You must have dreamed I'd be a wonderful hostess and wife. Bullshit. It's ridiculous, Damien. What girl in the modern world wouldn't think about money? Wouldn't be mercenary? You must have thought I was all white and fluffy, that I wouldn't hurt a fly. You were wrong. I know who I am. No, I'm not proud of it. But I just don't see the point in giving my money to people who don't want to do anything themselves, who don't want to solve their own problems at their own expense. Do you really think the world is full of marriages like yours? There are only a few like you," Liz said in a confident tone. The rest of us are just trying to survive on our own, to get through one miserable day. And I'm upset that in all your life you still haven't realized that not everyone is as rich as you are. Your daughters have never seen poverty, never lived from paycheck to paycheck, never counted pennies, never trembled at night from hunger. They are happy people. You and I didn't know each other very well, Damien said. It all went too far. It happened too soon. We don't know anything about each other. Maybe that's a mistake. Maybe that's a mistake, too, Liz agreed. But one thing I know for sure is that I'll always look out for my own benefit. I don't care about the people around me. Why I came into this world alone, and I'll leave alone too. And there's only myself to rely on. Are you wrong? Damien asked. No, Liz argued. No, I'm right. And I'm glad we broke up before we got married. I was getting sick of your kindness. She shushed him and headed down the stairs. Damien stood still and stared at the floor. Liz started to walk away, but he managed to call out to her and ask, Liz, tell me, did you have any interest in art? It was fucking art that saved me from poverty, Liz replied briefly and walked away into the darkness of the night. Damien didn't see her call a cab as she drove away. He continued to stand on the veranda and stare at the floor. Just now he felt so insignificant and humiliated. Never had his kindness been portrayed in such a bad light. The days that followed passed like a blur. He had asked his agents to deliver all of Liz's belongings to her, but when they arrived at the right address, no one was there. Who knows where she had moved to? But Damien hoped that Liz had started her new life with a clean slate. Though he didn't rule out the fact that she'd run off to find herself a victim again, he thought about her words for a long time. He realized that they had so rarely had heart-to-heart talks with each other, that they hadn't even learned about each other's childhood, about what they had experienced. They knew nothing. It frightened him. How could he propose marriage to a girl he'd known for a month and a half? How his wise head hadn't realized such an obvious thing. It was just awful. A week later, he went to the address of that bridal salon. There was another woman in the boutique. Hello, he said sadly. Can I cancel my order? Hello. Could you tell me what number the order was placed for? Damien said the numbers. The woman looked in her computer's spreadsheet, but found nothing. I'm sorry. When did you place the order? A week ago. Then she asked me to wait and went into the back office. You served someone named Liz? That's the number. A week ago, I heard someone's voice ask Liz behind the curtain. Yes. A woman came out of the den, followed by the same girl he already knew. Oh, it's you, she exclaimed, recognizing Damien. Damien couldn't hold back a smile. He was pleased that he was remembered by this sweet, kind girl. He was even a little embarrassed. Yes, I wanted to cancel the order, Damien asked. The girl immediately ran to the computer and began to process the cancellation. They were left alone in the room. Did you cancel the wedding after all? She asked. Yes, I had to. We're very different people, as it turns out, Damien replied. Could you tell me your name? The girl asked. Damien, the man answered. The girl nodded. And yours? As if in jest, he asked. The girl looked at him suspiciously at first, then laughed. Kate, she smiled. Kate pulled out some sheets of paper, scribbled something down with a black pen, and handed it to Damien. Fill it out, please, she asked. The girl watched with interest as Damien filled out the paperwork. He was blushing more and more, but he seemed to enjoy it. Listen, are you free on Friday? Kate asked suddenly. For you, yes? Damien answered confidently. 6 months had passed. A lot had changed in Damien's life in that time. He had a real relationship, which he was now working diligently on. He was in no hurry to propose to Kate. She was fine with it. He had finally reconciled with his daughters, and they really liked their father's new girlfriend. She was the real thing, not a cheap fake like Liz. That one, as it turned out later, didn't even have her own name. Her name wasn't really Liz, it was Elizabeth Brown. Kate and Damien matched in character. They had common interests, and most importantly, she was a kind soul, sincerely loved the world, and he reciprocated. Damien couldn't get enough of watching her play with Fred, sit for hours in his huge library, reading avidly with a blanket over her legs. Still, some things in Damien's life remained the same. Every Friday, he sat by the fireplace with Fred and now Kate, listening to classical music and watching the silent stillness of the trees that beckoned with their quiet beauty. Now he felt completely free and happy and thanked fate for having once brought him to her. This girl possessed both intelligence and patience, and most importantly, the warmth of her soul. I am a professional editor with a higher philological education and 20 years of experience. Do you think I'll be able to draw this tree? Kate asked, as they sat under the dark pine needles, each reading his own book. I think it's worth a try, Damien answered with a smile. So Kate took up painting and enrolled in a preparatory course at the Academy of Culture. Liz, on the other hand, achieved her goal. She married a rich German man who was temporarily living in Russia. A month later, he took her to Germany, and there they were married. And 2 years later, Damien married his Kate too. They arranged a simple, quiet wedding without lavish dresses and expensive spending, and everyone in the couple was very happy and content. I'm so glad, Dad, that you found love, Emily marveled. After all their troubles and sorrows, they sat together again in a family circle at Darcy's apartment. She had just learned how to make wonderful pies, so she had decided to celebrate with some good family gatherings. Actually, Damien Matthews said, I didn't give you and Liz Brown a chance. Everyone laughed. I knew it was bullshit. But Kate really is a wonderful girl, and I'm very happy for you. Thank you, my family. Damien wept, letting his feelings come out. Those were just the words I needed to hear. Thank you. And then they continued laughing, chatting, and just having a good time together. And as Damien looked at the quiet happiness surrounding him, he realized that he wasn't alone anymore. He now had everything he could ever dream of. She'll go for milk and will throw her stuff away. Margaret accidentally overhears her daughter-in-law talking to her son. Margaret was born and raised in a rural family. Her mother worked on the farm all her life. Her father worked as a driver. Margaret and her little sister Vanessa cleaned the house, cooked and looked after the livestock from a young age. Their parents had no time for work. They earned money. In the evening they would come home tired and their daughters would look after them. They would set the table, pour tea, and bring clean towels after washing. It was the order of the day. From childhood, Margaret dreamed of becoming a teacher. Perhaps her first teacher played a big role in this. She was a beautiful, very intelligent young girl who had barely graduated from the institute. She spoke intelligently and calmly, knew the answers to all the questions, and skillfully motivated the class for successful study. She had no laggards. Even the weakest tried and stretched to please. Gwen. Margaret remembered how she had sobbed when her favorite teacher's practice was over and she had gone home. And she hadn't been the only one upset then. Ever since then, the girl had been determined that when she grew up, she would become a teacher. As good and kind as Gwen. Margaret never changed her mind. She studied well and, having finished school, easily entered the university. Margaret was given a room in a dormitory. It was so unusual. The girl had never been away from her parents and sister for more than a couple of days. And now all of a sudden it was like this. It was scary and hard at first. But Margaret was quickly drawn in. She liked her studies, her classmates, her teachers. She realized more and more clearly that she had chosen the right path. Being a teacher was really her calling. After receiving her diploma, Margaret got her first job in her life. She was hired at the local city school and at a prestigious language gymnasium. And they offered her a salary that the young girl could never have dreamed of. Margaret plunged headlong into her work. She liked everything: to teach, to answer the numerous questions of her children, to write notes for lessons, and to deal with interesting and difficult cases at the pedagogical council. The young specialist was noticed and appreciated. It was nice to receive compliments from experienced colleagues. Margaret felt really happy. Vanessa, her sister, had also moved to the city, graduated from the College of Economics, got a job at the meat processing plant in the administrative office, even got married, and very successfully. Ashley, the son of the director of the plant, fell in love with the young, pretty employee. The guy was from a wealthy family, handsome, educated, witty. Perhaps his parents were at first against the bride from the village, But after getting to know Vanessa better, they loved and accepted her. Of course they did. Beautiful, hard-working, faithful, kind. The Young lived in their own flat, which had 3 spacious rooms and a huge loggia. Ashley's parents had given it to them as a wedding present. Margaret was genuinely happy for her sister. But her personal life wasn't going well. Back in her university days, Margaret had had several unsuccessful romances. They all followed the same pattern. At first, the girl began to charm the next suitor, saw him as an ideal man, mentally preparing for the wedding. Then came the epiphany, bringing heartache and almost disgust to the one who had recently been the meaning of Margaret's life. Somehow her suitors turned out to be infantile, spoiled creatures, selfish as well. Insecure, weak. No, Margaret could not commit her life to such a man. The bitterness and disappointment after each breakup was long-lasting. That's why Margaret decided to take a break. I don't care about those men. They're so frustrating. Better to get on with her career. And then, one day he came into the life of a young teacher. Andrew, a modest, even a little stiff and short guy with blue eyes and a nice smile. For the first time they saw each other in the school gym on the eve of 1st September. Andrew was leading a team of craftsmen who were hurriedly completing repairs at the school. The young men met their eyes. Margaret immediately realized that this man had something for her. She couldn't quite put her finger on it. He wasn't that handsome. Quiet, unremarkable. And he flushed to the roots of his hair at the sight of Margaret and turned away, embarrassed. It seemed very sweet and touching. Margaret realized that he liked her too at first sight. Then Margaret met Andrew every day, and he invariably hid his eyes from her. But the girl began to notice that the guy secretly looks at her when he thinks that she does not see it, and it was very pleasant and exciting. And one day Andrew suddenly gathered courage. It was on the eve of the site handover. One last chance to get to know each other. Job done. Andrew has nothing more to do at the school, so he'd never see Margaret again. So the boy took a desperate and difficult step. Andrew spoke quietly and simply. No florid phrases. But his speech was so sincere, so touching. Margaret, of course, melted and agreed to go out with the guy. Andrew had no idea that she had been waiting for this invitation for a long time and was beginning to worry that she would never get it. And then what to do? She wouldn't be the one to hang around his neck, would she? Andrew invited Margaret to the cinema. The girl was not worried before the first date. She saw that she liked Andrew very much, felt the warmth emanating from him, and therefore was sure that their meeting would go as it should. If only Andrew would relax a little, because he was very shy. After that first date, Margaret realized that Andrew was completely her person. They were so good, so easy together. Both told each other about their lives and destinies. Andrew was raised by his grandmother. His parents died when the boy was only 6 years old. So there he was left with his paternal grandmother, already a very elderly woman. She was an old-school lady and believed that children should be brought up in strictness, especially boys. So Andrew's childhood could not be called happy, warm, and carefree. No, the boy didn't complain. He just told me how he grew up and grew up. It was Margaret, sensitive and attentive Margaret. She was drawing her own conclusions. She felt sorry for this wonderful boy. She wanted to hug him, to kiss him, to give him some warmth and care. After all this he lacked so much in childhood. Andrew went into the army after high school. Then he came back, trained as a welder. However, he failed to find a job in his profession, but he became a foreman of a repair team. Not an easy job either. Still, the boy never gave up hope of becoming a welder. And wages there are higher, and in general. He'd learned so much for a reason. Andrew lived in a rented flat, just like Margaret. When he was just a kid, some clever relatives had sold his parents' house. There was no end in sight, so the lad had to start from scratch. But he was not discouraged and did not complain about life, although fate entreated him rather unfairly. Andrew was very kind and caring, unlike Margaret's previous beau. He always asked if she was hungry, and on chilly evenings he threw his jacket over her shoulders to keep her warm. With Andrew, the girl felt loved and desired. It seemed that he was ready to do anything for her. It was a wonderful feeling. Margaret realized that she was in love. And the feeling was completely mutual. There was no doubt about it. Andrew looked at her with such eyes and tried so hard to make her feel good around him. It was impossible not to notice. Margaret wasn't surprised when Andrew proposed to her and happily accepted. She had long wanted to live next to Andrew in the same flat, to take care of each other, to support each other, and it was more fun together. Margaret was tired of returning to an empty, cold room. Vanessa at first was not delighted with her sister's choice. "You're young, you're pretty, you could easily find someone richer. My Ashley has so many friends. They're all handsome and the sons of rich parents. Are you going to roll around with them like a cheese and butter?" Vanessa asked. "What about Andrew? Never a decent job or prospects." But after getting to know Andrew better, Vanessa changed her mind. "He's a good man," smiled her sister, sharing her impressions with Margaret. "Very kind, and he loves you very much. Everything will be fine with you. You will achieve everything together. You can't miss a man like that. I'm so happy for you. Andrew and Margaret got married. They lived in his rented flat, and Margaret's golden years began. The young husband tried to help his wife in every way. He did a lot of things for her, and even as he had once dreamed, found a new job, got a job as a welder at a construction site. He took part-time jobs, did not refuse the opportunity to earn money, as he was saving for his own flat. Andrew dreamed of buying a 2-bedroom flat in a prestigious neighborhood with many good schools and playgrounds, so that his and Margaret's future children would have a happy childhood. Andrew often made surprises to his young wife. He would give her a ring, or just come home with a bouquet. Margaret felt the happiest in the world and thanked fate for such a loving and caring husband. The young couple spent hours talking about everything in the world, discussing films, stories from the lives of friends or relatives, making plans. Sometimes they argued, but always found a compromise. They liked the same films and books. Both discovered something new and interesting to each other. For example, with Andrew, Margaret became interested in hiking in the woods, and Andrew, thanks to his young wife, fell in love with the theater. Margaret was sure that she and Andrew were soulmates, halves of the same whole. Even though the couple lived poorly, they had enough to live on. Both did not seek excesses like a luxury car or annual trips to the sea. But they were happy to have each other, and often remembered that chance meeting at school, which might not have been. Margaret took a holiday in August, as her bosses had suggested, and then Oliver was born. How happy the young couple had been over his arrival. The new father glowed with pride as he held his son in his arms for the first time. Andrew turned out to be a wonderful parent, attentive, sensitive, caring. He could drive around for hours after work with a pram to give his young wife a rest. But Margaret most often went for a walk with her husband. It was so pleasant to walk together with Andrew, holding the handle of the pram and talking to the man she loved about everything in the world in a low voice, so as not to wake her son. The young parents liked to make plans for the future. They still did not have their own flat, but the amount in the bank account was slowly but surely growing. Just a little more, and the couple would be able to afford to buy their own place. At the same time, Vanessa, Margaret's sister, had a daughter, Ellie. The young mothers often visited each other and learned together the wisdom of caring for babies. The sisters shared advice and discussed the successes and failures of their babies. Margaret felt truly happy, and her husband was so loving and understanding. And her sister was close by. The young couple often dreamed about how their son would grow up. Surely he will be clever, kind, brave, will become, perhaps, a scientist or a craftsman. And they, the parents, will try to ensure that the innate talents of their child to open up and gain strength. It is only necessary to be attentive and patient. Andrew planned to do a lot with his son, to support him, always be there for him. In a difficult moment, Margaret was happy about it. On the soul was easy and calm. The two of them would manage. The child will grow up a good man. But the dreams of the couple were not destined to come true. A few years after the birth of their son, misfortunes one after another fell on their small family. First came the financial crisis, as a result of which the couple's savings depreciated. They were only a short time away from buying their own flat. The goal was so close. But after what had happened, the money accumulated in the account could only buy a couple of winter jackets, and that only if they were very lucky. Oliver had already started kindergarten. Margaret was out of maternity leave. The couple had a hard time getting over what had happened, even crying. Andrew couldn't help crying either. He thought that his wife did not see, but she noticed everything. The man even looked for a flat, the one he had dreamed of for a long time. A spacious two-bedroom apartment not far from a large school and a sports center where Oliver could go swimming. And then it was a blow. But there was no time for despondency. Times were tough. Margaret's salary at the school had been delayed for months. Things were not going well at the building site either. Andrew's main income was now part-time work. The man spent all day long on them to feed his family. As time went on, Oliver grew up and it was time for him to go to first grade. The family seemed to be adjusting to the new conditions. Andrew's part-time job kept them afloat. The man was making plans for his own flat again. There were hopes for a better life, glimmered ahead of a happy future. Then tragedy struck at the construction site. Andrew was moonlighting. The owners of the site were economizing on everything and didn't care much about safety. Andrew knew he was taking a risk, but he was always careful and acted as carefully as possible. But this time, during the construction of a supermarket building, a man fell from the third floor directly onto the concrete blocks piled up below. Of course, Andrew didn't survive. The paramedics who arrived could only pronounce him dead. Margaret wasn't told the terrible news until the morning. For her, the whole world turned upside down and faded away. She could not even cry for a long time. The woman felt her heart and soul literally torn in two. It didn't feel like living. How and why get up in the morning, if there is now no nearest and dearest person? Margaret realized that she would never meet anyone like Andrew again. There was no one else like him. And she didn't need anyone else. She missed his smile, his look, his smell, his warmth. Physically, it was painful from the impossibility to embrace the person she loved. There were his things around: clothes, books, glasses. But Andrew himself would never come home again, hug her and her son, joke with them. How to accept that? To dull the pain, Margaret even took up the bottle. Margaret realized, of course, that this was a dead end. But at that moment, she didn't care, just as long as she could get rid of the unbearable pain for a moment. There was no telling what would have happened to the woman if it hadn't been for Vanessa. She took Oliver in for a while. She had seen that his mother was not only unable to look after the child, but couldn't even manage herself. Margaret didn't care. Oliver was taken away, and that was fine. She didn't even think about her own child's feelings, but he was in pain and scared too. What brought Margaret back to life, oddly enough, was Oliver's illness. He caught pneumonia and ended up in hospital. Vanessa came to her sister in tears to tell her what had happened. She felt guilty. She had not looked after her nephew. He had a high fever and was delirious, Vanessa said. At first the doctor and I thought it was stress. His father had died and his mother was in a strange state. But then it became obvious it was more serious than that. He was in intensive care for 24 hours. He seems better now. But the doctor says it's too early to relax. Are you drinking? It's time to get my life back. Enough already, we can't bring Andrew back. We're going to lose another boy. The situation brought Margaret back to life. She was scared for her son, more scared than she'd ever been in her life. She pulled herself together, stopped drinking, regained her job, and of course became a caring and loving mother again. Every day Margaret now traveled to see her son in hospital. At first she stood under the windows, and then when Oliver was allowed to leave, she walked with him for hours in the hospital courtyard. Oliver somehow grew up at once. Trouble had turned the 7-year-old boy into a little old man with sad eyes. He was surprisingly thin, pale, and silent. Looking at her son, Margaret realized that he was under deep stress. Her baby is traumatized and needs a strong mother. And she, Margaret, had given up, drowning in her own grief, forgetting about the person who needed her support. From then on, Margaret became the perfect mother, attentive, fully focused on her son, caring. Margaret could not stay in the city. The rent was too expensive. The woman did not earn so much. She had to return to the village. Her father was gone. His life was taken by a heart attack 2 years earlier. And her mother, the elderly Maggie, was in great need of support and care. It was getting hard for her to manage the household on her own. So Margaret's move came at a good time. Oliver went to first grade at the village school. Margaret took a job as a teacher. But soon she had to think about changing jobs. The salaries at the school were very different from those at the city grammar school. It was impossible to live on such crumbs, and Margaret had to pull the child alone to put him on his feet. A neighbor, Aunt Gray, had a good idea. Her nephew had a shop in the central market. He sold clothes, shoes, accessories. He needed a salesman, someone decent, someone he could trust. His nephew promised Aunt Margaret a good salary, Aunt Nura said. He also offered a percentage of the proceeds. Margaret was also quite happy with the 2x2 schedule. It was hard, of course, to part with her dream job. After all, teaching kids is Margaret's true calling. The woman knew from childhood what she wanted to be. But what can you do when times are so hard? She and Oliver need something to eat. What wouldn't you do for a child? It was with great regret that Margaret left school. She missed her pupils, her colleagues, and her school life for a long time. Her heart sank every time she saw children dressed in uniform on the street. But new realities awaited Margaret. Working in the market was not easy. Capricious customers who didn't know what they wanted. Scandalous traders, competitors, the material responsibilities, and traveling took up a lot of time and energy. On days when Margaret went to work, she had to get up at the crack of dawn and walk almost 2 kilometers to the nearest bus stop in town. But the pay was good. Now Margaret could buy her son beautiful clothes and toys, and even every summer they flew to the seaside resort. And her mother helped to look after her son. She was already very old, of course, but she had enough time and energy for her grandson. Margaret often went to visit Vanessa. She didn't work. She was busy with the house and her daughter. She could afford it. Her husband earned enough to provide for the family. That's how your fate turned out. Vanessa often pitied her sister. You work as hard as you can, spinning as hard as you can. I even feel embarrassed to be a housewife. What about you? Everyone has their own fate, Margaret sighed. I'm not complaining about mine. Oliver and I have everything. There's no need to worry about it. Margaret was genuinely happy about Vanessa's life. She adored both her sister and her niece Ellie, but as her own daughter. The 4 of them often went out together, traveled somewhere together. In general, they lived friendly soul to soul. It was Vanessa who advised Margaret to save up some money and invest it in shares of a large company. Ashley says it's the right thing to do, Vanessa said. We have a lot of money invested in those stocks ourselves. My husband is sure that everything will be great in the end. And Ashley's smart, he knows. Margaret listened to her sister and, without a word to anyone, bought a few shares. The capital was growing, but very slowly. It was impossible to get rich by such interest, as it seemed at first. But Margaret decided to let the money lie on deposit. But she did not tell her son or her mother about the shares. I don't think they'll approve, Margaret thought. They would say it was a waste of money. Let the family live in peace. So Margaret had her own little secret. Now she was saving money, buying shares, saving for a happy future for her son. Oliver grew up to be a smart, athletic boy, unlike his modest, quiet father. He was the soul of the company. He always had a lot of friends, comrades. The guy walked a lot, laughed, socialized. He was a very cheerful and carefree person. What a lad he's grown up to be. Margaret rejoiced. Self-confident, brave, intelligent. Just the kind of son Andrew and I imagined when we walked round the neighborhood with the pram. Oliver dreamed of becoming a lawyer, but to enter the coveted faculty he lacked just a little bit. The guy had to go to the army. Returning, he decided to try his luck in the city. His mother supported her son's decision, and even helped financially by renting Oliver a flat. Go, try, dare, she said. Just be careful, and know that no matter what happens, you can always come home, here, in this house. Thank you, Oliver smiled. But I'm not going back. I'm going to make my way in the city. There are so many opportunities there, so many prospects. Something will come of it. Bon voyage. Margaret smiled. It was scary to let her son go, but what can you do? The boy has grown up. It was time for him to start his own life. Oliver entered a construction college and at the same time got a job at the factory. He studied, worked, and paid his own rent. Often came to the village to visit his mother and grandmother Gwen. He always turned up with gifts and funny stories. Margaret's mother had given up on him. She hardly ever left the house, and sometimes she didn't even recognize her own daughters. One day she had a heart attack. Margaret called an ambulance. Mum was taken to hospital. The old woman never came back. What do you want? Age. The doctor sighed tiredly. Nobody lives forever. Margaret and Vanessa organized a funeral in the village. There were a lot of people at the wake. Everyone knew Mum here, after all. And then Vanessa told her sister to take over her parents' house. I don't want half the inheritance, Vanessa said. I don't need it, you know. What about you? Have you looked after Mum these last few years? It's hard work, so it's only fair that you get the house. Margaret didn't mind. She really needed her own corner. Old age was fast approaching. The woman sometimes marveled at how quickly her life had flown by. It seemed as if she and Andrew had just had Oliver. They were young, full of plans and hopes, beautiful. And now Oliver is a grown-up, independent man. Andrew is gone, and she's almost an old woman herself. What lies ahead? Margaret thought. Only retirement and a quiet, peaceful existence in a country cottage. Oliver is my only hope. He will marry, his grandchildren will be born, the little ones will come to visit their grandmother, and then there will be joy in life. By the way, Oliver is a good man, Margaret thought aloud. He hadn't given up his dream of going to law school. He got in after all. It was hard on him, working and studying, but he'll get through it. I'll be there to help and support him. Vanessa said it was time to live for yourself. You're young, you're still beautiful. Oliver's all grown up. Now you can treat yourself. You've got a good salary, you've got savings. Let's go to Italy or Greece. You've never been abroad before. We'll take a walk there, have a rest. What Greece, what Italy? Margaret smiled back. I have a grown-up son, Oliver, who is getting married soon. I guess I'll have to help him with the wedding and the flat. That's what I'm saving up for. No time for holidays. He's a grown man now, Vanessa persisted. He's so strong and handsome. He'll manage on his own, and you need to think about yourself sometimes. But Margaret didn't agree. It was different for her sister husband Ashley and son Harry were born into a wealthy family. Their futures were planned 100 years in advance and secured. True, Jen's niece, despite her rich parents, had grown up wise, modest, sensible. Simple, natural, pleasant. And independent, too. Like Oliver, Jen worked from an early age. A golden girl. When Margaret had argued with her sister that Oliver would need her support for the foreseeable future, she'd been right. Shortly after that conversation, the son came to visit his mother for the weekend. He was somehow mysterious, not as he always was. Margaret immediately realized that something was wrong. The woman quickly assembled the table, put out her son's favorite treats, fried potatoes with mushrooms, pancakes and pickles from the cellar. Then she watched with pleasure as Oliver devoured it all. At the table, the young man shared some exciting news with his parents. "Mom, I'm getting married," he said. "How are you getting married?" Margaret's questions poured out of Margaret like a cornucopia of questions. To whom? When? The woman was overwhelmed by a storm of emotions: joy, anxiety, surprise. "Her name is Julia," Oliver answered. "You're going to love her. I'll bring her here next weekend. You two should get to know each other before we get married. I just wanted to warn you." At first, Margaret nodded her head with a smile. She knew, of course, that the moment would come sooner or later, but still the news took her by surprise. Wow, Oliver's getting married, all grown up, she thought. Julia worked as a waitress in a cafe, her son said. "I often went there for a bite to eat. That's how we met." Julia is also from the country. She was also brought up by a single mother. See how much we have in common. Julia came to the city to go to law school. Another coincidence. That's amazing. She dreamed of working for the law, helping out, catching criminals. And she's so fragile, so thin. What kind of policeman would she be? She failed her college exams, but she didn't want to go back home to the village, Oliver continued. What would she do there? She grew up in a small village in the middle of nowhere, in a poor family. Her mother had 5 younger children besides her. Julia didn't want to go back to her old life. So she took a job as a waitress in a cafe. She got a room in a hostel, so she lived a little, worked a little. "How long have you two been together?" Margaret asked. 6 months. Almost Oliver smiled. Margaret knew from that smile that her son was in love. "She's a good girl, taking care of me. She cleans the house, she cooks. I mean, we've been living together for 4 months now, almost in my rented flat. The other day I proposed to her." "So that's it," Margaret said. "There's so much to prepare. To book a wedding hall, to find outfits for the bride and groom, to hire a presenter, to plan the menu, and to send out invitations." "Mom, we've decided we're going to do without all that," Oliver said simply. "We'll just do it quietly at the registry office, that's all." "As you wish," Margaret nodded. She'd painted a picture in her head of her only son's ideal wedding a long time ago. It was a joyous celebration, with a crowd of dressed-up guests, a ringing toastmaster, a huge cake, and a table bursting with treats. Decorated with balloons and ribbons, cars, dancing. A beautiful bride and a happy groom. But if the young people decided differently, so be it. After all, it's their holiday. The following weekend, Oliver came to his mother's house with the bride. Margaret did her best to prepare a sumptuous table. She made salads and meat. The appetizers on the plates could have made a poem, Margaret thought. She was very anxious to please her future daughter-in-law, to show Julia that she was welcome in the house. The guests were carefully prepared for their arrival. They were careful not to say the wrong thing, so that Oliver would not be ashamed of his mother. Julia was a thin girl of short stature, with large dark eyes, thin eyebrows, and thick fringes. She was dressed simply but tastefully, an elegant dress, low-heeled shoes. At first, the guests and the hostess felt a little uneasy. Julia, looking round carefully, was silent. Apparently she was too shy to say a word. Only after a while did Margaret realize that this modesty was feigned. Julia was just looking around, choosing a tactic of behavior, drawing conclusions. The atmosphere at the table was resolved by Oliver. He joked, amused his ladies, threw up interesting topics for conversation. Oliver was always so lively, energetic, companionable. During the conversation, it turned out that Julia was really from a very poor and disadvantaged family. The girl charmed Margaret at the first meeting with her modesty. Oliver's fiancée had a very sweet smile. And how did she look at her fiancé? Her eyes shone with tenderness and love. The boy, however, answered Julia in the same way. He held her hand, now and then hugged her around the waist. There was love and harmony between them. Margaret looked at them and her heart rejoiced. Oliver and Julia were married. Margaret suggested that the young people have a celebration in a cafe. Not a real wedding with a host and decorated cars, but a proper celebration with their friends. She'd even put up the money for it. Margaret had savings. Over the years, the woman had managed to put aside a certain amount. Plus the shares, bought on her sister's advice, had risen in value. At first, Margaret dreamed of buying a flat in the city. But then she realized that she could live quite well in the village. It was quiet, peaceful, and close to familiar and friendly people. Margaret liked the very atmosphere that reigned in her village. Towards retirement, the woman realized that she did not want to move anywhere, even though she had enough money to buy a small flat. Only Vanessa, her sister, knew about the savings. Margaret didn't talk about her wealth, not even to her son. She wanted Oliver to grow up independently, to try to earn his own money for a place to live and achieve something in life. But if he failed, his mother would always help him in a difficult situation. The means are there, but only for the time being. He wasn't supposed to know about it, to make his own way. The money was in a bank account. Margaret had invested some of it in shares a few years ago on the advice of her husband and sister, and the money was now earning a good income. And for her son's wedding, Margaret had withdrawn a sum that she estimated would be enough for a sumptuous celebration. Margaret wanted to give the young couple a gift. On her son's next visit, she handed Oliver a puffy envelope. Wow, he marveled as he looked inside. What a surprise. Where did you get it? I saved up, Margaret smiled. Make a holiday of it all you want. Go to a restaurant with your friends. Don't deny yourself anything. Have fun. Thank you, Oliver smiled. We'd better save that money for the flat. Why rent? You both make enough money, and a wedding is only once in a lifetime. Well, ideally, of course. I'm having trouble with my job, Oliver admitted. It's not paying much, and it's unstable out there. I could be out of the hospital. What about Julia? Doesn't she make enough money? They don't pay a waitress $1 million. It's all right, Margaret said, patting her grown-up son on the shoulder. He's all grown up, Oliver, and he's a big man himself. And his problems are just as grown-up: financial matters, family maintenance. I feel sorry for him, of course, but we all go through it. Don't worry, son. You'll finish your studies and find a better job. You're my good boy. You're so smart, handsome, and educated. Everywhere with open arms will be accepted with open arms. Oliver sighed heavily. I was expelled. How? Margaret gasped. Why? For truancy? Oliver said quietly. I had to work a lot, so I didn't get to class. I had a lot of absences. I thought I'd make it, but I couldn't. So I got expelled. That's all right, Margaret said, pulling herself together. Oliver needed support now. It wasn't the first or the last to recover and finish his studies. I don't want to finish my studies. Oliver snapped at her. I'm a grown man. I'm just sitting in the classroom, wiping my trousers. It's funny. You have to earn money, not suffer with nonsense. Margaret didn't argue with her son. He was not in the right state to realize anything, and then she would change his mind. Education is necessary for a young man, otherwise you can't build a career. The woman will definitely convey this to her adult and only child. Now you need to support him, calm him down, encourage him. Well, if you don't want a wedding, you can do what you like with that money, Margaret nodded to Oliver. Thank you, Mama. Oliver smiled happily. The money will be very useful to us now. I'm glad to help. You're all grown up and practical. Other people would be happy to spend money on a holiday, but you're thinking about the future. I have to Oliver's side. Her son left and Margaret stayed at home with a troubled heart. She was worried about Oliver. He hadn't finished his studies. He didn't have a proper job. He didn't have a place to live. Now he was getting married. If the children came, Oliver would have to work at unskilled labor from morning till night to provide for his family. This was not the future Margaret had dreamed of for her only child. He's a grown man. He'll sort it out, her sister Vanessa reassured her over the phone that evening. What are you worried about? You've done everything you had to do. It's up to him now. Shouldn't we give him money for a flat? Margaret consulted Vanessa. It'd be easier on the young people. At least they wouldn't have to pay rent. Let him pay, objected her elder sister. Don't even think of mentioning that money now. They'll sit on their necks and shrink from it. But they will try to get out of the situation. Maybe they'll succeed. And you can always give them the flat as a present. It's not time yet. You're right, Vanessa, you're right, Margaret agreed. Of course, said her sister, grinning. Come and visit me. Come tomorrow, we'll go to a film, sit in a cafe. You need to unwind. You're right again, Margaret smiled. I'm so lucky to have a sister like that, someone close to me who's always there to cheer me up. Oliver and Julia were married. The wedding took place in the city registry office in a modest and quiet manner. Margaret, Vanessa, and Ellie and Julia's two girlfriends attended the ceremony. Afterwards, a small group of people had a modest celebration in a cafe. They sat for a short time, made a few toasts to the newlyweds, presented them with gifts, and left. Julia had to go to her shift, and Oliver was waiting for her at work. What a wedding, Margaret said disappointedly when she and her sister were alone. The women decided to do a little shopping. Oh, come on, Vanessa said nonchalantly. Young people don't care about anything these days, as long as they lived well. Did Oliver and Julia have a good life? Margaret had no idea. Her son tried not to talk to his mother about it, and she didn't feel comfortable asking, prying into a grown man's soul. The young people came to visit occasionally. Julia behaved politely, but coldly and aloofly. Margaret noted that there seemed to be a good relationship between the young couple. Oliver's work was not going well. He changed places and employers, looking for a decent income, but nothing worked. Oliver didn't want to think about going back to university. Margaret was tempted several times to tell her son that she had a financial safety cushion, which she was ready to give him. She wanted to support Oliver, to take the despair out of his eyes. But the woman held back. We need to let the young ones try to get back on their feet on their own. It's important. It's not like they're so needy right now. Yes, it's hard, but they're two adults who should be able to cope. But if there's a baby, then it's a different matter. Children should live in normal conditions, with calm, peaceful parents. It's been a few years. The situation in the son's family did not change. He was still looking for a job. Oliver went from being a jolly joker Balaguer to a scowling man. Margaret thought it was because of money problems. But one day she happened to witness a conversation between her son and Julia. The couple had come to visit Margaret. It had been happening less and less lately. The woman went into the kitchen to take a goose roasted with apples out of the oven. When she returned with the tray in her hands, she witnessed an ugly scene. You're nothing but a worthless man. Julia looked at Oliver with dislike. You can't do anything. Rachel married Andrew. He got her a cool phone for her birthday, and they're going on holiday to the Emirates soon. And you can't even afford a spa day for the woman you love. What about a spa? We're about to be evicted from our flat for non-payment. Oliver lowered his head in silence. He had nothing to say. The young man must have felt really worthless at that moment. Margaret's heart clenched with pity for her son. Wow, Did Julia often humiliate him in this way if she couldn't help it when she visited him? And Oliver hung his head too habitually. He was not even surprised, nor did he try to defend himself. And Julia, it turned out, was a real piece of work. She pretended to be modest at first. It cost Margaret a great deal of labor to pull herself together. One must not show one's true attitude to the situation. In fact, she must pretend that she had neither seen nor heard anything. Her interference would only spoil everything. Julia will have the opportunity to call Oliver a mama's boy, and she'd have a hard time with her mother-in-law, that's for sure. No, let them sort it out themselves, they're adults. For the rest of the evening, until the young people left, Margaret kept neutral, talking on distracted subjects, smiling at both spouses, and trying not to notice the fixed sadness in her son's eyes. When the children left, it was obvious to Margaret. Oliver is madly in love with Julia. And it is immediately clear he is ready to turn mountains for her sake. He tries, he fights, but he fails. Largely because Oliver never finished school. And he didn't finish his studies because of Julia. He had to work hard to satisfy the demands of his beloved. Margaret twitched herself. She had to be objective. After all, it had been Oliver's choice to drop out of university and get a job. Yes, in many ways it had come out of a desire to please Julia. But it was Oliver's own decision. How can I help my son now? Margaret thought again about the money in the account. Maybe we should give it to Oliver. Let him buy a flat. It would make Julia feel better. Margaret was accustomed to consult her sister Vanessa on serious matters, so she rang her sister. "You're mad," Vanessa exclaimed when she heard her sister's reasoning. "Don't buy Oliver a flat now. Don't you realize that it would be considered marital property? They've only been together a little over a year. What if there's a divorce? Julia would take half of it without blinking an eye. I understand if they had kids. Then at least the grandkids would get everything. But as it is, there's no telling who's going to get it." Margaret realized her sister was right again. There's so much to consider, it's hard to keep in one's head. It's not easy being a mother to a grown-up son, Margaret sighed. It's not easy being a mother at all, but sometimes it's nice, her sister countered. A few more years passed. Margaret could see that her son was unhappily married. Oliver was still looking for a decent living. He did everything he could. He worked as a shift worker, tried to start a business, and worked as a trucker, but he didn't stay anywhere for long. Then the company went bankrupt. Then the next medical examination did not pass. Finally, Oliver gave up, tired of being disappointed. One day he arrived at his mother's house suddenly, unannounced, alone. "We can't afford to live in Seattle," he sighed. "It's too expensive for us. We're going back to Claremont. We'll live with you for a while. Do you mind?" Margaret shook her head in surprise. Good, Oliver nodded. "In that case, we'll come back next week." Margaret was at a loss for words after her son's departure. Are they going to live together here in the village? What kind of a strange decision is that? There's not even much work here. What do Oliver and Julia expect? But Margaret did not argue with her son. She could see he was having a hard enough time as it was. All right, let them try. They're probably just looking for a way out of a difficult situation. They're considering a life in the country. Well, we can do that. The city didn't work out. Life together with Oliver and Julia began with a turf war. "Mom, we're going to live in the living room," said Oliver. "Why?" Margaret was surprised. She had prepared a corner bedroom for the young couple. She thought it was the coziest and most remote room, and would be more comfortable for the young people. "Because it's the biggest and brightest room," Oliver replied simply. Margaret realized later that her son was broadcasting Julia's will. He was always trying to please his wife. He loved his young wife more than his life, and she took advantage of that. Julia immediately showed her true face to her mother-in-law. not even trying to pretend to be polite or modest. She didn't like everything Margaret did. Her mother-in-law didn't cook properly, too fatty, unhealthy food. She didn't know how to set a table. And she didn't even scrub the floors properly. Julia often made contemptuous remarks to Margaret. Why do you rattle your dishes in the morning and disturb your sleep? Or do your friends laugh too loudly? And anyway, can't you get together somewhere else in the evening now? At first, Margaret was at a loss for words at her sister-in-law's insolence. But then, of course, she thought of appropriate responses to Julia's barbs. She wanted to remind the young woman that she was not in her own house and that she should behave more modestly. But Margaret refrained for her son's sake. She saw how much he was attached to Julia, loved and worshipped her. The young husband tried to fulfill every whim of his wife. There were many whims. Oliver did not cope and felt guilty. Julia fueled this guilt in him. She often mentioned the husbands and boyfriends of her acquaintances, who lavished jewelry on their loved ones and literally showered them with money. Margaret understood the purpose of all this talk. Julia manipulated Oliver, played on his feelings, used her spouse, suppressed. But she wasn't even trying to open her son's eyes. He wasn't in the right state of mind now anyway, too blinded by love and passion. Margaret sincerely did not understand what her son found in this Julia. Well, yes, she was pretty, but there's a lot of them out there, and yet such strong feelings. It seemed that if Julia asked him to jump off a cliff, he'd do it gladly. Oliver got a job at the local sawmill. It was hard work, physically exhausting, but the pay was good, enough to periodically take Julia to the city, then to shopping, then to a restaurant. The young wife herself did not bother to work. Well, where can I find a suitable place here in the village? She sighed. And in the city every day, Margaret, go to the city. All of them. I used to go, Margaret suddenly remembered. I had no husband, and I had a baby to raise. I had to get from here to the central market every day. Why are you comparing different times and situations? Julia sighed languidly. Firstly, I'm married. Fortunately, the responsibility for the financial maintenance of the family lies with the man, not the woman. Secondly, we are not in a hurry to have children. I believe that to give birth without a home, without a yard, terribly irresponsible. And thirdly, I'm going through such a period now. Do you think it's easy to work as a waitress on night shifts, to go out, to put up with the antics of customers? I need to recuperate, get my head round it. Margaret had a lot to say to her daughter-in-law, but she kept quiet for her son's sake. He was having a hard enough time as it was, and now he would be flitting between mother and wife, like between two fires. Margaret realized that her daughter-in-law was openly condemning her life. Julia thought it was irresponsible to have children without a home, without a yard. It's a reproach to her, isn't it? When she and Andrew had Oliver, the young family had no home of their own. That's what her daughter-in-law was implying. The longer the young people lived at Margaret's, the clearer the woman realized that Julia was manipulating Oliver, making him dance to her tune. She uses her spouse, her son, the one who is in love with the young beauty, to the point of losing his mind. The wife turns the situation in her favor. Julia herself clearly does not have any tender feelings for her husband. This is evident from her irritation, from the unpleasant looks at the spouse, from the words, gestures. There's a lot of signs of that, and how only the son does not notice. So why is Julia still with Oliver? The answer is simple. Who else would go to such lengths for her? Where else would she find someone so loyal and obedient? A feeling like Oliver's for Julia is rare, and the girl realizes that. She will try to squeeze the maximum out of the situation, and if there is a better option, she will easily leave Oliver. Being confident in her own attractiveness, Julia behaved rudely with her mother-in-law right in front of Oliver. She must have realized that Margaret could see right through her. It made her angry, annoyed, and frightened, apparently. And how did Julia look at her mother-in-law? She felt superfluous in her own home, the arrogant, contemptuous glance, the barbed remarks, the reproaches. In order to have less contact with her sister-in-law, Margaret herself now went to visit neighbors, and also often went to her sister Vanessa and even stayed overnight at her place. Vanessa, of course, advised her to put Julia in her place. "This is your house," her sister shook her head. "Remind her of that. Make her think about it. Tell her to separate, to look for a place to live, because she's living on her own and she's being insolent." "Well, do you want me to talk to her myself if you're uncomfortable?" No, Margaret waved her hands. "No way. Oliver is always on her side in everything. He was already having a hard enough time as it was, and he didn't want to add to it." Oliver really believed everything his wife said. Margaret tried to behave as politely as possible, kept silent in response to her daughter-in-law's barbed remarks, cleaned her plates without complaint, and put up with her reproaches. But Julia, apparently, still complained to her husband about his mother, put it in an unpleasant light. "Mum, why are you picking on her?" Sometimes the son would start a conversation. "Julia is a wonderful woman. I love her. You mustn't think of her as an enemy. Try to make it up to her." "I never quarreled with her," Margaret tried to justify herself. "I try not to talk to her at all. She turns every conversation to her own side. She makes me her #1 enemy. That's what it's all about." "It's sad," Oliver shook his head. "That's what Julia says. You either blame her, ignore her, or make her work in the kitchen. You can't have it both ways. Why do you make her clean up after herself? Julia's been going through a rough patch. She needs a break." "I was just reminding her to put her plate away. No one's making her work." "I'm serving you." Oliver looked at her mother with a sad look, and Margaret realized it was useless. He wouldn't believe that his wonderful Julia was systematically turning her husband and mother-in-law's life into a nightmare. Maybe it will come to Oliver at some point, but certainly not now. Julia masterfully pitted Oliver against his own mother, the person who sheltered the couple in her home, gave them shelter, who essentially feeds them. Oliver earned a pittance at the sawmill, and the lion's share of his salary went to pay off his loans. In the city, the couple had accumulated loans, for which they now had to pay. It was hurtful and painful. Margaret saw no way out of the situation. She could only hope that sooner or later Oliver would see the light. Sometimes she wanted to throw the insolent youth out of the house, but that would mean losing her son forever. Julia had a way of turning Oliver against his mother over nothing. And if she threw them out of the house at a difficult moment, there'd be drama to be played out. Shakespeare would be jealous. And the house, to be fair, it was Oliver's. When Margaret's mother died, she suddenly realized that these things usually happen suddenly. Yes, Mum had been ill, in need of help, but there was nothing to suggest that she'd passed away suddenly. Margaret thought about it a lot. After all, she might one day be gone just as suddenly. And then what would happen to Oliver? The inheritance, waiting 6 months. What if there's another bidder for the house? Unexpected heirs. My father had a complicated relationship with his relatives. Anything's possible. To protect Oliver, Margaret, who was the only owner of the house at the time, wrote a gift deed to her son. And that was it. Her soul was at rest. Margaret was used to living for her only child. She did everything for him. The house was now officially Oliver's, and his son knew it. The truth was, Oliver didn't think he'd need the inheritance. He planned to settle down in the city, buy a nice flat. What was he going to do with a country house? Who knew it would turn out like this? Margaret decided to be patient. It cost her a lot of effort to hold on and not to take it out on Julia. And it was not a healthy life for her. But for the sake of her son, she could bear it. As long as Oliver was happy. If it hadn't been for Vanessa and her sensible advice, Margaret would have spent all of her savings on a flat in the city for young people. But her sister had been right. The woman realized that now more than ever. Julia doesn't love Oliver, That much is obvious. She's using him. And if Oliver buys a flat that would be considered jointly acquired property, the young wife will immediately demand a divorce. She'll legally take half of it with her into her new life. And that's a lot of good money. No, she won't, Julia. Oliver can't go on blinded by this strange love forever. He'll see the light one day. That's when he'll need a flat in the city for his new life. It's just a pity Oliver can't be kicked out of the house. Margaret had to endure the antics and unjust reproaches of her daughter-in-law. There was no end to it. But the woman realized that now she was unable to change anything. Vanessa, seeing her sister's distress, suggested that they go on holiday together. Why? To get away. She urged Margaret over the phone. We'll sunbathe on the sea. We'll swim. We'll go on excursions. It'll be great. Agree. Margaret eventually gave in. She really needed a break from everything that was going on at home. Let the young people live in the village house by themselves. Julia would have to cook and clean. They're so spoiled they won't even wash a plate. She sits at home all day watching soap operas on her phone. Julia, of course, expressed her displeasure about Margaret's holiday. There's no money in the family. And some people go to resorts, she replied to Oliver's remark that his salary had been cut again. But then even the man who had angelic patience and was in love with his wife couldn't stand it. Julia, what do you care? Mum earned it. She's entitled to it. Yes, and what about my holiday? We've never been anywhere with you before. And we'll earn it, I promise. Margaret disappeared into her room without saying anything. She had no time to get into an argument with her sister-in-law. Things wouldn't pack themselves. It had been a marvelous trip. Margaret and Vanessa rented a cottage in a small village on the Black Sea. The sisters walked a lot, swam in the warm waves, sunbathed, went on a variety of excursions. Margaret once took a risk and realized an old dream, took a ride on a jet ski with a young and reckless driver. Splashing in the face, dizzying speed, endless sea surface. Margaret had never had so much fun and fear at the same time. What about the sea? Excursions. The sisters even went to discos at night and danced like in their youth. Don't despair. Thank you, Vanessa, for pulling me out. Margaret was genuinely pleased. It felt like 10 years younger. By the way, that's exactly what it looks like, Vanessa smiled. You look better, more rested. You look wonderful. And so it was. For the first time in years, Margaret liked herself. She looked fresher in the mirror, and most importantly, there was a sparkle in her eyes and life and energy in her face. Margaret felt that she had left behind all her problems, her capricious, demanding daughter-in-law, her unsettled son, her endless quarrels in the kitchen. There was a powerful reset. The woman felt strong, beautiful, and energetic. The world seemed bright and friendly. Only good things were thought of. One day the sisters stayed up late, admiring unusually large stars and bright yellow moon, which left a clear path on the sea surface. It was beautiful, Margaret said. It sure is. Vanessa agreed. It's a pity we have to go back tomorrow. I can't believe it. I like it so much here, another life, another world. And there it's all the same again. They're chasing them away. Vanessa couldn't take it anymore. They're sitting on your neck and being rude. When she waits for me, I'll come to you and put things in order. Don't. Margaret protested. It would make things worse. It won't make things worse, Vanessa grumbled. It can't get any worse than this. Good evening, fair ladies. A low, pleasant voice came from somewhere behind them. Both women flinched in surprise and turned round. In front of them stood a man, slim, trim, with elegant gray hair on his temples. He smiled charmingly and very friendly. He was wearing jeans rolled up to his knees and a loose black t-shirt. In all this, the stranger looked very stylish and attractive. Hello to you, too, Vanessa answered for the two of them. It's a lovely evening, isn't it? The man kept coming closer and closer. Margaret couldn't take her eyes off his smile. It made the stranger's face glow from within. The man introduced himself as Harry, said he had just arrived here today and checked into a room on the first floor of the cafe. The sisters were just there tonight having dinner at the place, drinking wine, eating kebab, enjoying live music. Harry immediately noticed two beautiful single ladies at the table and purposely followed them to the shore. "I'm sorry if I startled you," he said. "And don't think I'm a frivolous adventurer. It's just that you both have such kind smiles. I wanted to get to know you better. I'm here all by myself. I'd like to find some company for walking and socializing if you don't mind." "There's a problem with that," Vanessa shrugged her shoulders guiltily. "We're leaving tomorrow at lunchtime, the plane." "That's a shame." The smile slipped off Harry's face for a moment. Margaret, too, was sorry that they wouldn't get to know the man better. Surely it would have been even more fun and interesting for the three of them to spend the holiday together. There was something about Harry, something special. Margaret wanted to be near him, to look into his eyes, to admire the man's smile, to listen to him. Strange. The woman didn't remember anything like that happening to her in the last 30 years. And had it ever happened in her life at all? "Well, if that's the case, we have one night left," Harry smiled again. "Let's make it fun, something to remember. I come here a lot. I'll show you such places. I'll show you places like this. Are you coming with me?" Margaret was ready to say yes immediately. But Vanessa, cautious Vanessa, unlike her sister, did not lose her head around the charming stranger. "We're kind of seeing you for the first time," she said with an embarrassed smile. "I do not want to offend you, but still." Harry slapped himself on the forehead. Of course. There are all sorts of freaks and criminals out there now. Of course you're afraid I'm like that, aren't you? Let's just walk along the seafront then. There are lots of people here. I don't want to leave you." "We can do that," Vanessa said cheerfully. Margaret could see that her sister was glad that Harry wasn't offended. It was a wonderful walk. The sisters and their new acquaintance chatted and laughed non-stop. It turned out that Harry lives in New York. He has his own business there, a chain of shops in California. He is often there on business, meeting with winemakers, signing contracts, making purchases, in general, developing the business. Harry also told about his personal life simply, without secrecy. He acted as if he had known Vanessa and Margaret for 100 years. "I was widowed early," he said. "My daughter was only 9 at the time. I never remarried because my daughter didn't want a stepmother in the house. And the word of an only child has always been law to Harry." "You and Margaret are alike in that," Vanessa said. "She lives only with her son, too, and she puts up with a lot for his sake, allows him everything." Yes, Harry looked at Margaret with interest and met her eyes. The woman's eyes flashed like they had when she was young. She even felt hot. "That's a waste," Harry continued. "Years later, I realized it wasn't right. My daughter grew up to be a spoilt brat, but she's doing well now. She's found a husband who tolerates her whims as well as I do, and they live peacefully. Abroad, unfortunately. They've gone to a warm place. So I'm all alone. I have a job, friends. But still, after my daughter's departure, the house and my soul feel empty." The Trinity partied till the morning. It felt like they were back in their youth. Harry was clearly sympathetic to Margaret. He tried to make her like him. From time to time he took her hand as if by accident. And once he gave her a gentle, brief hug around the waist. But Margaret wanted that moment to last forever. The sisters didn't get to their cottage until it was starting to get light. Harry, of course, volunteered to escort them. "I hate to leave you," he said, looking at Margaret. "Margaret, do you two want to exchange phone numbers?" Vanessa suggested. "What if we had such a good time? Maybe we could come back again next year. We should call each other so we can have a holiday together." "That'd be great." "That's a great idea," Harry said, dictating his number. "No. Give me your phone number," Harry suggested. Margaret complied with his request with a smile. He deliberately held her hand in his as he took her mobile phone. There was so much warmth from him, so much tenderness. Margaret wanted to dissolve into it all. It was a shame they had met so late. Harry quickly dialed Margaret's number from his phone. There he smiled. "Now that we've exchanged numbers, we won't lose each other. That's great." Margaret nodded. She realized that this phone exchange meant nothing, and the fairy tale that had almost begun would never really begin, because there was no tomorrow. Tonight she and Vanessa would fly home, and there would be a cramped village house, a disgruntled daughter-in-law, a disengaged son. And the problems hadn't gone anywhere while she'd been away. Harry Margaret thought. "Well, Harry, today he walked with us. Tomorrow he'll find someone else. Such a man, he's not for me. He's too handsome, too successful, too wonderful. I can't have a man like that." It's sad, of course, but it's the truth of life. "And how did he look at you?" Vanessa smiled when the sisters were alone. "I wish someone would look at me with admiration someday, just once." "Come on," Margaret said with a smile. She knew she would think of Harry often now, his soft voice, his delightful manners, his beautiful eyes. And let that man forget about her the very next day. It would make no difference. Margaret did not reach her home until evening. She and Vanessa had had a couple of hours' nap before the flight. But still Margaret felt tired and broken after the sleepless night, the flight, and the acclimatization. The gate was unlocked. Oliver must have forgotten to lock the gate when he got home from work. "Oh, he's been tired lately," Margaret thought. "And then Julia doesn't know what she's been feeding her husband while I've been away." It was hard to imagine Julia cooking borscht for her husband. The windows of the house were wide open. From inside, the television was blaring the evening news. Margaret was about to enter the house with a smile when she heard Julia's voice. She was obviously in the kitchen. How? She was reprimanding someone, obviously Oliver. "Very simple. She'll be here in a minute. So what? We won't send her to Maggie's for milk. And while she's walking around, we'll put her stuff outside. It's a piece of cake." "It's been agreed 100 times," Julia argued. "What are you worried about?" "Isn't that too harsh?" Oliver asked in an uncertain voice. "She's my mother after all, and this is her house." "It's not hers. It's yours," Julia argued. "You showed me the deed of gift. If that's the case, why should I put up with her here? I mean, she's been bugging me about this and that. Oliver, I told you she's trying to break us up. But then I'll leave. Because I can't live in a house with my mother." Okay, Oliver mumbled conciliatorily. "We'll proceed as we agreed. Just don't let it get to you. We're doing the right thing, standing up for our personal boundaries. We're doing good." Margaret stood under the window, dead or alive. The meaning of the conversation she'd just overheard slowly dawned on her. They were going to kick her out of the house, and Oliver had agreed to that. This was something the older woman had never expected. Her eyes flickered darkly. Her blood pressure must have spiked. Margaret took a few deep breaths to get herself under control, let the joyful look pass, and entered the native hay. "Oh, hello," said Julia, smiling lusciously. "And we were expecting you a little later." "I was in a taxi," Margaret replied. "I didn't have time to look round, and that's why." "Julia, I've brought you some presents," she continued. "Oh, what a lot of impressions. I'll share them. I'll tell you about them." Julia pretended to be happy to see him. Oliver stood by her side, slumped and silent. Margaret understood the reason for her son's sadness. Of course he was having a hard time. But he could not put his wife in her place. She has too much influence over him. "Oh, Margaret," said Julia, "will you go to Maggie's and get some fresh milk, please? I've got soup boiling on the cooker. I can't get away. Oliver's very tired from work and he's ill. If you're not too tired, of course, of course." Margaret nodded and left the house, already knowing what awaited her on her return. It was good that she had listened to this conversation. At least she would have time to prepare for a serious conversation with her son and his wife. Margaret noticed her suitcases on the porch from a distance. They stood orphaned, leaning against the wall, waiting for their hostess. The hope that Oliver would stop the brazen wife had vanished like smoke. The woman went up to the porch and knocked on the door. "There's a note." Julia's voice came from inside. "Read it, and you'll understand. Goodbye." "I don't want your note," said Margaret. "I want to talk to you, to look you in the eye." Oh, eyes. The door swung open with a clatter. Julia stood on the threshold. She looked haughtily at Margaret. "Well, will you look, if that's what you want?" "Julia, why have you done this to me?" Margaret asked. "I've tried to be your friend, hadn't I?" "You're annoying me," the young woman shared. "You look judgmental. Everything is wrong. Everything is wrong for you. You make your own rules. I don't feel like I own the place, and Oliver's being nice to you. But this is my house." Margaret reminded me gently. "So it's only natural that I should have my own ways." "There you go again," Julia exclaimed. "Are you insinuating that we live here again? It's not your house, by the way. It's not yours, it's your son's. So you're the one living here. Then get out of here. Your pension is good. Enough for a rented place." "Thank you for packing my things," Margaret said calmly. And it took a lot of effort for Margaret to keep calm. She would indeed cry bitterly when she got to Vanessa. Of course she would go to her sister. Who else would she go to? Except she doesn't have much stuff. "My things are just clothes," Margaret sighed heavily. "Where are the photo albums, the old books, the letters?" "And this rubbish?" Julia grinned. "We threw it away." "How?" Margaret gasped. She felt as if she'd been punched in the solar plexus. "It was my family history. Old photographs, letters from Andrew and my parents, postcards, diaries Vanessa and I kept when we were young. Ellie and Oliver's first drawings. All of it carefully stored in boxes and folders, neatly arranged on the shelves of a rack in my bedroom. Was there nothing left?" Julia looked at her mother-in-law defiantly. "What's with the habit of clinging to rubbish?" Grinned the insolent girl. "What's the use of these dusty papers? It's even easier to breathe without them." Margaret, in spite of her condition, suddenly had a marvelous idea. The woman even had to suppress a smile so as not to accidentally give herself away. Julia. She would soon stop feeling like the mistress of the situation. In a couple of minutes, the smug expression will evaporate from her pretty face, Margaret thought. "So you've thrown everything out of my room?" she asked. "Absolutely," Julia replied. "It's going to be our dressing room now. All the boxes, every single one of them. Have you even looked inside? Some we looked at, some we threw away." "Why?" Julia was suddenly tense. Were there documents or what? "D-dots can be recovered in a pinch," Margaret said, sinking tiredly onto the porch steps. "Was the blue shoebox thrown away too?" "Yeah, I guess so. What's the big deal?" Because Margaret looked up at Julia, it was my savings, the money for the flat I was going to give Oliver. The words had an incredible effect. Julia was stunned, pale. She opened and closed her mouth a couple of times, trying to say something. Then she sank helplessly to the steps beside Margaret. "Why didn't you tell me?" she almost whispered. Margaret was pleased with the effect of the phrase. She did not keep any money in any blue shoebox. It was just sitting there in the account, slowly building up. But Julia needed to be taught a lesson for all the bad things she'd done to her and Oliver. "How did I know you'd decide to throw my things out of the house?" Margaret said, stubbornly playing the part of a confused, bewildered old woman. "I never imagined such a thing." Julia shook her head as if she had woken from a dream. Her eyes lit up with eagerness for action. "You will tell me everything in detail," she asked. "What did the box look like? What shade of blue was it? Was it large or small?" Margaret answered, trying not to confuse her statements, lest the situation get out of hand. Oliver had stayed home the whole time. Didn't even stick his nose out on the porch. He was probably ashamed that he'd gone along with his wife and kicked his mother out of the house. But he couldn't turn against his wife either. He loved her too much, which Julia took advantage of. Having answered all Julia's questions, Margaret headed for the bus stop. "Come on," Stay, her daughter-in-law said. She needed her mother-in-law now to help her in her search. The young woman was determined to find the box, even in a landfill, even at the end of the world, and Margaret could help her. She knew what the receptacle of a large sum of money looked like. Why should she? Margaret was a little surprised. How so? Why should we look for the box of money together? You do care about your savings, don't you? That's what it is. Margaret smiled. That's where you're wrong. I don't care what happens to that money. I was going to give it to you anyway. If you find it, take it. Margaret walked down her home street and felt Julia's eyes on her. Her sister-in-law was shocked that she had thrown away so much money with her own hands. Yes, but now Julia would dig her nose into the ground to bring that wealth home. Greedy Julia doesn't realize Margaret's money is in a bank account. Her mother-in-law is not so inexperienced as to keep such funds in a box. Before heading to the bus stop, Margaret stopped by to see Jen, a neighbor. She had once been friends with her mother Maggie, a firm friendship, but now Maggie was sadly no longer alive. Margaret still had a good relationship with Jen, though. She needed someone in the village, someone to tell her what was going on, to keep an eye on Julia. And Jen was the perfect person to be that informant. The woman had been exasperated at first, listening to Margaret's story. She couldn't understand how it was possible to do that to a man who let his daughter-in-law and son into the house when they were in a difficult situation. And then, having learnt the full story, Jen laughed loudly and merrily. "Oh, Aunt Margaret, you've got to be kidding. You should have rubbed her nose in it like that. You've got that right, haven't you?" "I'd like to know how they're doing," Margaret smiled. "How are they living? How's the search going? Something tells me this story will open Oliver's eyes to his wife." "That's too bad," Jan shook her head. "I didn't think he'd be so weak-willed." "Love is evil," Margaret sighed. Jen had hit a sore spot in her heart. "Of course I've been looking after them, and I've kept my son involved. Do you know how quick he is? Peckinpah." Jen's son had just turned 14. He's been using his phone to film content for his channel. And once again, he's got a few things to go on. When Margaret was done with her chores, she went to see her sister Vanessa. She would not abandon her, would listen to her, support her, pity her. It was good to have such a person. A fortnight had passed since the evening of Margaret's return from the resort. It was a short time, but a lot had happened in that time. Firstly, Margaret's plan had worked. Julia was hooked. She found out where the rubbish from their village was taken, found the dump, and now she traveled there every day as if it were her job. Thankfully, the girl didn't work anywhere and had plenty of free time. Julia's trips to the dump were regularly reported to Margaret by phone by Jen. She proved to be an excellent liaison. "Oh, Aunt Margaret, what a circus. She goes to the bus stop first thing in the morning like a bayonet. She's like a tourist. She's got a huge rucksack on her shoulders. Overalls, gloves, bags. Everything is serious. And in the evening she comes back tired, upset, angry. She smells like a motherfucker. Animals scatter. People cringe. What a circus. The stories of Julia's hikes were not the only ones. Pekin, Jen's son, sometimes followed Julia, traveling with the boys to the dumps and filming videos of the young woman's persistent digging through mountains of rubbish. Margaret watched these videos on Pekin's channel. Julia scrupulously, day after day, combed through the dump, not missing a single square meter. It looked comical, of course. But Margaret was already feeling a little sorry for her sister-in-law, almost ex-sister-in-law. Oliver had filed for divorce. First, Margaret had heard from the neighbors that Oliver had left home. Then the son called his mother, apologized, repented, and told her he was divorcing Julia. She had turned me away with her obsession with money, her boorishness, her greed. We're splitting up, Mum. I can't go on with her. She must be crazy. Julia can stay at our house for a while. I've given her a week because she has nowhere to go. Julia keeps hoping to find money. It's become an obsession for her. She blames herself for not looking in the boxes you threw out, and she's eating herself up. She blames me too. It's unbearable. What about you? What are you going to do in town? I found a job, a good job at last, with accommodation, which is important. I'll have to go on business trips, but what's in it for me? But the money's good. Margaret felt better after talking to her son. It was so important to be in touch with the person she loved. There was no more conflict or misunderstanding between her and Oliver. Oliver's life seemed to be getting better. He's found a job, he's getting away from Julia, one who was openly using him. Maybe he'll meet a nice girl soon and be happy in his personal life again. What are his years? The relationship with Julia is clearly a lesson to Oliver. He won't fall into that kind of net again. At least Margaret hoped so. The nicest thing that had happened in Margaret's life was the day after she'd arrived at her sister's house. Vanessa, of course, had taken her in. They had a spare room in their flat. "Live as long as you like, sis," she hugged Margaret. "I'd be glad if you moved in for good." Margaret went to bed upset. She had no idea how she was going to live her life. In the morning, she received a phone call from Harry, the same casual acquaintance who had charmed the woman at the resort. He said he couldn't forget their meeting, that he thought of Margaret all the time, dreamed of seeing her again. It was incredible. Harry. Margaret had never thought that such a man would actually fall in love with her, but it seemed that he had. Harry called and wrote often. They chatted a lot, and gradually, somehow, they became closer to each other. At a distance, yes, but still Margaret felt that they both needed this companionship. Harry expressed a desire to come to Margaret, but she suggested another option, a more pleasant one. Margaret would fly to him herself, because, well, the atmosphere of a resort and a dusty old country town were, as they say, two big differences. The money Margaret had for the trip was the very money she had once saved for her son's flat. Oliver earns his own money, but she, Margaret, has only one life, and she should enjoy every moment of it. The woman realized this in her retirement, but better late than never. In general, Margaret was going on a long journey, went shopping with Vanessa, bought beautiful things, and felt really happy. She had one more unpleasant but urgent thing to do before she left. A conversation with Julia. She's had enough of being a loser, Margaret thought. Let her start a new life too. A pregnant taxi driver gave a fortune teller a lift to an abandoned house, and as soon as she unfolded the note, Angelina cheerfully ran down the steps of the polyclinic and practically jumped up and down the pavement towards the house. Passers-by looked in surprise at the running girl, who shone and charged the surrounding people with positivity. They, of course, did not understand the reason for the great joy, but just smiled looking at her. And there was a lot to be happy about. Angelina was pregnant. She had been dating Jonathan for almost 2 years and had been waiting for him to propose. But her lover kept putting it off and putting it off. But now they will definitely get married. On the way home, Angelina ran into the shop, bought groceries to prepare a festive dinner, and during it to tell her beloved the amazing news. Angelina rented a room in a flat from a very nice elderly woman. They often had tea together in the evenings. Kimberly talked about her life, sometimes giving advice not obsessively, but kindly and from the heart. When Angelina had first invited Jonathan to her flat, with the landlady's permission, Kimberly had told him after he left that he was no match for Angelina. "He's not a serious young man," Kimberly said. "You can't build a strong relationship with him. You'll see, he'll prove himself. You'll remember what I said." But time passed, the relationship developed, and Jonathan never showed any bad behavior. Angelina calmed down and decided that Kimberly had made a mistake. Angelina flew into the flat. "Kimberly, I'm home," she announced happily, so loudly that the neighbors 1 floor below and 1 floor above must have heard her. "Oh my God, you're glowing." Kimberly smiled, looking at her tenant. "Did they give you a bonus, or did you win the lottery?" Kimberly asked. No, I'd rather tell you now." "Are you going to be happy too?" Angelina replied excitedly. "You just calm down first and then you'll tell me." "I can't calm down. I can't. I'm the happiest person in the world." Angelina rejoiced. "Sit down and I'll tell you all about it," she said. Kimberly looked at Angelina with slight impatience. She was a bit curious and couldn't stand secrets, so Angelina began to speak. "I was at the antenatal clinic today." She paused meaningfully and added, "I'm pregnant. Can you imagine? I'm going to have a baby." Kimberly looked at Angelina in surprise. "Aren't you excited?" she asked, a little upset. "No, why would I be excited? A child for a woman is happiness and the meaning of life." "And who is the father?" Kimberly asked for some reason. "I mean, who is the father?" "Jonathan, of course," Angelina answered. "Oh yeah, why me? Don't mind me. Sclerosis is setting in." That's what Kimberly always said when she was trying to get out of a discussion about a situation she wasn't comfortable with. Angelina had learned her well over the past 4 years. "Kimberly, don't upset me. Do you still think Jonathan's not right for me?" she asked. "But we've been together for 2 years. In that time, has he ever behaved inappropriately or offended me in any way?" "But he hasn't." "Then why don't you love him so much?" Angelina asked the woman almost in tears. "I'm sorry, baby. I did not want to spoil your mood, but I do not like your chosen one, and all here. I don't have anything to pick on, but my gut tells me he's no good," Kimberly said. "When we marry him, we'll see what you have to say," Angelina retorted resentfully. God willing," Kimberly said cryptically and went to her room. Angelina's mood was frayed. She went to the kitchen, unpacked the bags, and confidently dialed her lover's number. "Jonathan, are you going to be at work much longer today?" she asked. "I don't know yet." "What is it?" Jonathan asked. "I have something very important to do tonight," Angelina answered. "Try to be home by 7, Angelina said. "I will." "What is it?" Jonathan asked. But Angelina did not give any concrete answer, of course. She said that she would give all the details in the evening. Usually, when there was a celebration, Angelina always invited Kimberly to the table. But tonight she asked her grandmother to have dinner in her room. "Grandma, Kimberly, please. I want it to be just the 2 of us," she said. "We can have dinner in my room, of course, but it won't be very comfortable." Can we have the kitchen for the evening? I'll bring dinner to your room. We can, baby, Kimberly replied. Especially since it's my favorite movie tonight. Thank you so much, Angelina hugged her grandmother. Jonathan arrived around 8 o'clock in the evening. Angelina was already nervous and called her lover several times to find out where he was and when he would be there. Jonathan strongly disliked such control and always reacted violently to the girl's calls. What, are you calling me every half an hour again? I told you I'm coming, the young man said angrily. Okay, I'm waiting for you. Don't be nervous, Angelina reassured him. Jonathan entered the flat in a bad mood. It was hard to understand why. He wasn't in the mood today. He was always in trouble at work, he said, and he often came home unhappy. Sometimes it was Angelina's phone calls that put him in a bad mood. Hi, honey. I'm all set. Let's go to dinner, Angelina said. I'll wash my hands, Jonathan muttered and went to the bathroom. Angelina was very nervous. She did not know how to start the conversation. Plus, Jonathan's mood was throwing her off balance. They sat down at the table, which was festively set, and Jonathan noticed it. What did I miss? Is it someone's birthday today? He asked. No, Jonathan, we have another occasion. Eat. We'll talk later, Angelina said. Tell me what happened. I hate your secrets, Jonathan grumbled. His mood had not improved, even after the delicious dinner. Angelina tensed. Maybe I shouldn't tell him now. Why not? On the contrary, he'll be happy and cheer up, she thought. Jonathan, I went to the hospital today, Angelina said. Are you ill? Jonathan interrupted her. Not really. Not at all, Angelina answered. She paused for a moment and added confidently, we are going to have a child. Angelina waited for him to take her in his arms like in the cinema, kissing her and wrapping her in his arms. But Jonathan sat motionless and stared at Angelina. I'm sorry, what did you say? He asked, barely audibly. I said we're going to have a baby. I went to the antenatal clinic today and the doctor confirmed the pregnancy, Angelina repeated. Tears came to her eyes. She was very offended by this reaction of her beloved. The worst thing was that he was silent and did not comment on what she had heard. Would you please say something? I asked the girl. What do you want me to say? Jonathan asked. I don't know, for example, that you are happy too. And if I'm not glad, he said. Tears ran down Angelina's cheeks. They had talked about this topic once before, and Jonathan had said then that he didn't see himself as a father and that it was too early for him to think about it, although Angelina is already 28 and Jonathan is 31. But that conversation took place a year ago and Angelina was hoping things had changed, but apparently not. What are you crying about? What did I say? I told you a long time ago that I do not want to be a father. I'm not interested. Can I not want to? Jonathan started to attack. It's you women who dream of having lots of children and sitting around snotting and crying. I don't like it. I told you that honestly, by the way. But we've been unprotected for the last 6 months. I thought. You thought? Is it really your problem whether you use protection or not? Or rather, the consequences of it, he interrupted Angelina. What do we do now? She asked through her tears. It's 9 weeks. You're like a little girl, honestly. Even I know that before 12 weeks you can easily solve this problem. It's not a problem. It's a little live human being. Are you suggesting I get rid of it? Angelina exclaimed. Look, let's skip the drama, Jonathan grumbled. It's your choice. I'm not a part of this, Jonathan said. He got up from the table and was about to leave the kitchen. Suddenly, he stopped and turned round. "When you've solved the problem, call me. I don't want you with a belly. Sorry to be frank, but honest," he said, and walked out of the flat, slamming the door loudly. Angelina sat in the kitchen. Her world had crumbled. In an instant, all dreams and plans had been destroyed by some 20-minute conversation. She had been so hopeful that a bright streak was beginning in her life. But alas, apparently being happy was not her lot. Angelina got up from the table, looked out the window, and decided it wasn't too late to go for a walk. She took her jumper and walked confidently out of the flat. There was a small park near the house, and Kimberly sometimes walked through it before going to bed. But today the girl went for a walk alone and really wanted to be alone with her thoughts. Angelina sat down on a bench at the far end of the park and began to remember her life, starting with her childhood, which she remembered very well, although it would be better if she didn't remember at all. The girl had never had a father. Or rather, he was somewhere, of course, but Angelina had never seen or known him. How many times she tried to find out from her mother, but she stubbornly withheld information about him. She and her mother lived alone. To say that they lived poorly, nothing to say. Her mother worked 2 jobs, but still not enough money. At the age of 15, Angelina started to work part-time at the market. She received a pittance, but at least some help to their family budget. When she was 16, she was attacked, helped by Armin, for whom she worked. After that, she stopped coming to the market and got a job as an evening cleaner in a salon. The owner of the salon knew Angelina and simply took pity on the girl. After graduating from school, she entered medical college but left it in the 2nd year because her mother became very ill and it was simply not possible to study full-time. To get at least some profession, Angelina finished hairdressing courses. But all salons and hairdressing salons were staffed with masters, and it was unrealistic to find a job. Besides, she had no experience at all. Thanks to a neighbor, Angelina got a job as a shop assistant. This job was a salvation for her. Firstly, the salary was more or less normal. Secondly, the shop was in their house, and if necessary, the girl could always run home to her mother. Angelina had a friend, Molly, the only person close to her. The only one, because her mother always kept Angelina at a distance. Sometimes it seemed to the girl that her mother hated her and considered her guilty of living like this. Angelina felt it, but her mother never said it directly. The friends were very different. Angelina was calm, quiet, closed off to everyone. And Molly was the complete opposite. But despite these differences, the girls had been friends since the 3rd grade. Molly was from a normal family with parents and a stable average income. Sometimes she gave her friend her things, bought some food, sweets, and even taught Angelina to drive a car when the girls were already 19. Look, anything can come in handy in life. How hard is it for you to learn how to do that? How do you know what life has in store for you? What if you marry a millionaire? He gives you a car and you can't drive. What would you do? Molly smiled. Would you make one for yourself? What millionaire? Where would he come from? Replied Angelina. Well, I don't know. It happens in the cinema. That's in the cinema. I don't believe in such things in life. It doesn't happen like that. Well, we'll see. After a while, Angelina took a course and got her driving license. Molly made her do it. 6 months later, Angelina's mom died of cancer. The girl was left all alone. Except for her friend, she had no one. Angelina changed her job and began to live in hope for the future. She got a job in a private firm and worked as a courier. She was even given a car to use. So 3 years passed. One evening, when Angelina was returning from work, she received a phone call from Molly, who asked her to visit her. It was a matter of some urgency. Okay, I'll be at your place in half an hour, Angelina agreed. Molly met her friend in a very emotional state. Oh my God, what happened? Angelina was terrified. "I'm going to tell you something. You'll just fall down," she began to intrigue her friend. "I wouldn't like that," Angelina smiled. "Tell me what you want to know." "Do you remember Thomas from the parallel class?" "Thomas who?" "Thomas Jones." "I remember him in general terms." "What does he look like?" "Of course I remember. But I never had much contact with him. What happened to him?" "Nothing exactly happened to him." Molly was too emotional, jumping from one thought to another. "Anyway, I met him by chance recently, and he suggested that I go to Italy with him for 3 years. It's just a quick sham marriage." "What do you need to arrange?" Angelina was surprised. "Why would you do that? And why did he suggest you?" "Calm down and explain." "I don't understand." "Oh, what don't you understand?" "He always had a soft spot for me at school, tried to court me, but I wasn't really attracted to him. I didn't like him. And now I've met him. He's so handsome now, he's so cute. We sat in a cafe, reminisced about school and stuff. And when he walked me home, he proposed to me." "I still don't get it. Why would you do that? What does he want? Let him go to his internship." "Really? It's Italy. When will I ever have a chance to live in Italy at the expense of some company he works for? They pay for everything, traveling and accommodation. What's wrong with you? It's great 3 years in a foreign, but so beautiful country at someone else's expense. And you'll just get high," Molly continued. "It's like a jackpot." "Well, I don't know. I wouldn't go," Angelina replied. "You, of course, but I'm me. And I'm going. My parents even let me go already." "Go, of course. It's your decision, your choice. Maybe I'd go, but no one would offer me that." "Don't make it up. There'll be a holiday on your street." "Yes, with my happiness it will be," Angelina grinned. "You know, I was thinking of leaving this city. I want to try to change my life. In our city, where almost every dog knows you, it's unrealistic. Now that you're leaving, I'm definitely leaving. What am I going to do here?" "That's right. Why not give it a try? How will you sell the flat?" "I won't sell it yet. I don't know what the situation will be. At least I'll have a place to come back to if anything happens. It's all familiar and native here, and every dog knows it," Molly continued. And the friends laughed. 2 weeks after this conversation, Molly flew to Italy, and Angelina packed her things for departure to the regional center. There were more people and opportunities there. Arriving in the big city, the girl was very confused. She was not ready for so many people and competition in her work. In addition, she had not thought about where to stay for the night. After walking around the city, she found a small hotel. Thankfully, she had saved up some money over the past few years. And for the first time, she had it. She rented a room for a day and decided to start looking for a flat or a room in the morning, and then a job. In the morning, she called several advertisements and, having realized that it would be expensive to rent a flat, started looking for a room. Finding a good room with a female neighbor proved to be problematic. Either there were adverts of girl students who, of course, have a stormy personal life and parties, or grandfathers. Angelina walked through the city and didn't know what to do. She sat down on a bench and cried. She felt so sorry for herself. What kind of life do I have? Angelina thought. I don't even have anyone to turn to for advice. Suddenly, someone touched her shoulder. Baby, why are you crying? Who hurt you? Angelina heard a pleasant female voice. She looked up and saw a nice grandmother of about 75 years old, no more. For some reason, the grandmother aroused Angelina's trust, and she told her problems without a second thought. Wow, what happiness, exclaimed the grandmother. I'm looking for a roommate, a lodger. I don't want to take students there, too noisy. But someone like you, calm and kind, I'd love to have you as my neighbor. I have a big 3-room flat. There's plenty of room for everyone, but I have another tenant. I don't know how you feel about him." Angelina tensed up. She didn't want a man living in the flat. "Is he related to you?" "More than that. This is my cat, Sam." Granny smiled. "We've lived together for 9 years, and my name is Kimberly. So will you come and live with me?" "Of course I will," Angelina said happily. "Well, what's your name?" "Oh, my name is Angelina." "What kind of name is unusual for you?" "No, it's a normal name, Angelina. I just haven't liked it since I was a kid. I came up with a shortened form of it that works for me." "I see. I had a friend named Angela, and she used to tell everyone she was Ange." "All right, give me a piece of paper and a pen. I'll write down my address. Pick up your stuff from the hotel and come home tonight." The words "come home tonight" made Angelina feel suddenly warm and peaceful. It felt as if it was her own grandmother, with whom she had quarreled, but now she had made up, and her grandmother was waiting for her at home. Angelina had never had a grandmother of her own. She died before her granddaughter was born, and her grandfather, her mum's father, died when she was 2 years old, and she hardly remembered him, only from photographs. After picking up her things from the hotel, Angelina hailed a taxi and drove to the address. Kimberly greeted Angelina like a dear guest. She set the table, baked a cake, prepared the room, and laid out new bed linen. For some reason, Angelina really felt at home. She felt very comfortable and warm in this strange flat with a complete stranger. She did not feel so calm and good even at home, in the company of her own mother, and Angelina stayed with Grandma Kimberly for many years. Angelina's memory was interrupted by her grandmother's familiar voice. "Baby, I need to remind you that I have blood pressure. I can't be so worried. Where did you run off to so suddenly? What happened?" Angelina looked at Kimberly. The look of a dog that's been punished and kicked out into the street. "Grandma, Kimberly, you were right. He's a traitor. He doesn't want the baby or me. He told me to have an abortion. That's the only way he'd come back to me." "He's such an arsehole," Grandma scolded. "I hope you won't do something stupid like that." "Of course not. I'm 28. What abortion? For what and for whom should I get rid of my own child? I guess I'll be like my mother. I'll raise him alone. You know, it's better to be alone than with such an unreliable boyfriend. It's all right. We'll manage together. I can still help you with the little one. I don't have grandchildren of my own. I'll babysit your baby." Angelina knew that Kimberly had a son who had died in the line of duty at the age of 30. He'd been married, but never had children. The former daughter-in-law sometimes visited her former mother-in-law, but not often. She had another family and children. Kimberly sat down next to Angelina on the bench. "You know, I'd rather he found out he was a scoundrel now than when you two got married. I get it, but it's just so hurtful and hurtful. You were right when you said he wasn't right for me. Grandma Kimberly, am I ever going to have a date?" "Of course you will. I'm sure you will." "Somehow I believe you," Angelina said, and added quietly, "or want to believe. Let's go home, baby. It's cold. You can't be cold tonight. Neither can I. Let's have some tea, go to bed. The morning's the wiser." They got up from the bench and walked slowly home. The next day, Angelina had a day off, and she decided to sleep. She woke up close to noon. Kimberly was in the kitchen when Angelina came out. "Baby, you just woke up. Go to the bathroom while I make you breakfast." "I don't want breakfast. I'm just going to have some coffee, that's all." "No, that's no good. You need to have a proper breakfast. I made cottage cheese casserole. You're forgetting that you need to eat for two and not coffee and sandwiches." "Right. I'm still getting used to my new status. Thank you, Grandma. Over breakfast, Grandma asked Angelina about her plans for the near future. Have you thought about changing jobs? Working in a warehouse is not a good option for pregnant women. You need something quieter, less physically demanding. What did the gynecologist say? Are you okay? Basically, yeah, but a little tonus, no heavy lifting. Well, you see, that means we have to think of something. What do you want to do before your maternity leave? I understand. But where can I go? I don't have any education. I've only worked as a delivery boy, and a storekeeper isn't the right job for me right now. What else can you do? I used to sell at the market, but it was a bad experience. I also took hairdressing courses, but it was a long time ago and I have no experience at all. It doesn't fit. Well, that's it then. I can't do anything else. Yeah, that's it, Kimberly said. Well, don't worry, we'll figure something out. After breakfast, Angelina decided to take a walk and go to the temple. She wasn't a deeply religious person, but sometimes she went to pray and ask for help or a clue as to what to do next. After placing a candle for her mother's repose and Kimberly's health, she walked out of the temple and came across a taxi car at the entrance. The sign on the car was brightly colored and eye-catching ladies' taxi, and Angelina was electrocuted. That's genius. I know how to drive and I have a license and about 4 years' experience. It's not hard work. You can try it for the first time as long as your stomach doesn't rest against the steering wheel. She approached the girl behind the wheel. Excuse me, but is it realistic to work for your firm? Do you have any driving experience? Yes, almost 4 years. Can you prove it? Yes, I have a record in my employment record. Then no problem. And the girl handed Angelina a business card. Call the bottom phone number and tell them you're interested in the driver's position. We're just recruiting a team. Thank you very much. Angelina was delighted. She stepped aside and dialed the right number. A pleasant female voice confirmed that there was a vacancy and gave Angelina an appointment with the manager for tomorrow at 10. Satisfied, Angelina immediately ran home to share the news with Kimberly. Kimberly wasn't too happy about this venture, as the job of a driver only seems easy. It's actually a lot of strain on the lower back, which is not good for a pregnant woman. I'm not going to work until I'm 9 months pregnant, but at least 4 or 5 months so I can save up some money. I've been saving all this time, of course, but soon I'll have to start spending it, because things will be small and then there will be nothing left. And I'll have to live with a little baby on my hands, Angelina argued. Kimberly agreed. The taxi interview was successful and Angelina was hired. The girl was happy. The first shift in her new role was scheduled for tomorrow. Angelina was very nervous on the first day. She wanted to be very polite and wished all the passengers a good day, good luck, or a pleasant evening. Someone left a tip, someone looked surprised, but there was no negativity. And that pleased Angelina most of all. A month went by like that. Then another. Angelina's stomach began to round out. Angelina's stomach began to round, and she was worried that her bosses would notice and fire her. And she loved her job as a taxi driver. This morning, Angelina had a strange mood or feeling. She didn't understand. It was as if something was going to happen. She told Kimberly about it. She smiled in return. You're just becoming a mum. It's normal for a mum. Don't worry, everything will be fine, she reassured Angelina. But the uneasy feeling didn't leave Angelina. And then there's this weird order. They gave me to pick up a client from one address and take him to a distant neighborhood where taxi drivers didn't like to go because it was considered to be dysfunctional and criminal. Maybe it's this order that's giving me this feeling. Angelina worried as she drove up to the address. A woman approached the car and opened the front door. Angelina didn't like it when passengers sat next to her. She was a little uncomfortable, but the girl could not say anything. The customer was always right. The woman looked quite strange. A long dress, a hoodie of some strange color, strange bracelets on her hands and beads on her neck. Lots of rings on her fingers. She looked a bit like a gypsy, but it was clearly not a representative of this ethnic group. "Good afternoon." The woman said hello. Her voice was incredibly pleasant and even mesmerizing, and her gaze was heavy and penetrating. "Hello, please sit down and fasten your seatbelt," Angelina said politely. The woman obediently fastened her seatbelt. "Aren't you afraid to drive like that?" The passenger suddenly asked. "It's not the best job in your condition." "In what position?" Angelina pretended not to understand. "You think you can fool me?" The woman smiled. "No, I just don't really know what you're talking about." Angelina stood her ground. "Well, why are we ashamed of our name? Do you think it's worse than the others?" That's where Angelina was really surprised. She did not believe in psychics, fortune tellers, and other miracle people. But you can't just randomly come up with something like that. "I wonder what else she can say," she thought. And then she heard it. "Jonathan, your Jonathan is no match for you. Good thing he left. You should have listened when Camila told you he was no good for you," the woman said. Angelina even jerked the steering wheel. She slowed down a little out of surprise and looked at her passenger with great interest. "You still don't believe me?" With a little squint, but with a smile, asked the woman. "It's impossible not to believe. How do you know all this?" "I see a lot." "What else do you see?" Angelina lit up. And although she did not believe in predictions, but at this moment she wanted to hear something good about her future. "What do you want to know?" "I don't know. Like, will I ever have a normal man? Am I carrying a baby, and will I have more children?" "Wow. How many things do you want?" The good thing is that all your questions can be answered in one word. Yes. I won't go into detail. All women are curious to a greater or lesser extent. "No, why not?" "Because life won't be interesting." "You're weird. Usually fortune tellers predict with details, but you're so cryptic." "I'm not a fortune teller. I'm a witch," the woman said seriously, calmly. Angelina hit the brakes in surprise. "I'm sorry, who? Did you say?" The passenger's calmness was astonishing. She spoke as if she were answering a question about which traffic light was the right one to drive through. "I'm sorry I slowed down. I just didn't expect to hear that." "What did I say to surprise you?" A witch is someone who knows. I mean, she knows a lot, not Baba Yaga. But people think of witches differently. It's a mistake. "What's your name?" Angelina asked for some reason. "Sharon." "I'm Angelina," the passenger finished for the girl. "Excuse me, can I ask you a question?" "Sure." "Aren't you scared to live like this?" "I used to be scared, but that was a long time ago, in a previous life. But now I can't live any other way. It wouldn't be interesting. I don't think I could carry that kind of weight." "Do you think God doesn't give us things we can't bear or handle?" Sharon asked. "Are you a believer?" Angelina asked in a daze. "If there is no God, demons dwell in him. And I don't make friends with those things." Angelina looked at the passenger again, but now with different eyes. Sharon was very interesting and pleasant to talk to, and she was even upset that they had only a couple of minutes to go. They drove into the street of the private sector. The atmosphere around them was really unfavorable. "Do you live here?" Angelina asked Sharon. No, there's a nice man who lives here who is in trouble and needs help. So maybe I should wait for you. No, that's okay. Stop by that abandoned house over there, Sharon asked. Angelina stopped. How much do I owe you? It's nothing. It's been a pleasure just chatting with you. Do you have a pen and a piece of paper? Sharon suddenly asked. Yes, right away Angelina opened the glove compartment, took out a notebook and a pen and handed it to the witch. She wrote something down. Then she tore out the sheet and folded it several times. Read it when you get home. A promise not to open it before time is good. Well, be happy and take care of yourself. The wish sounded meaningful, but not threatening. Thank you, too. Have a good day. Sharon closed the door and disappeared into the darkness of the abandoned house. Angelina barely made it to work for the rest of the day and ran home impatiently. Curiosity was tearing the girl up inside. She was so eager to read the note, she flew into the flat, threw her bag on the floor in the corridor, and took out a piece of paper from her pocket. On it was written the address, or rather the name of a small town about 150 kilometers from the regional center, and personal details Oliver's. And just below it was a note. Find this man and tell him whose daughter you are. He will help you. Angelina stared at the piece of paper and tried to figure out what it meant. She didn't understand how she would come to a stranger's house in another city and just tell him whose daughter she was from the doorstep. It looked strange and stupid, and the girl decided to seek wise advice from her grandmother. She recounted today's meeting with Sharon, what they had talked about, and the note. Kimberly listened to Angelina with great surprise. How interesting. Amazingly simple. Oh my goodness, Nana wailed. Do you think I should go there or not? I'd go. What have you got to lose? What if this man really can help you in some way? You've never heard that name before. No, it's a complete stranger to me. You can look up a person's last name on the internet. Kimberly suddenly realized. Yeah, how did I not realize that? I mean, you can type in the city, see if it comes up with something. I'm having trouble with the age thing, though. I don't know how old a person is. Angelina took the laptop, opened the search engine and typed in the city, surname, first name, and patronymic. She was immediately stunned. There was only one person in this town with that information, Kimberly's grandmother. Look who it was. She unfolded the laptop and showed her grandmother a picture of Oliver with his job title. He was the mayor of this very town. What a twist. Kimberly stretched out in surprise. How are you going to get to him? That's a good question. But why? Well, that's a problem. That's a problem. Do you want me to come with you? Grandma offered. Oh no, with your legs you'll only go to other cities to get mayors. I'll manage on my own somehow. I have the day after tomorrow off, so I'll go. The next day in the evening, lying in bed, Angelina tuned herself for the trip and tried with all her might to understand who this man was and how he could help her. She had no idea how she would get to see him and how she would tell him whose daughter she was. She ran through different scenarios in her head and laughed herself out of it. Hello, I'm Angelina. My mom is Camila. Oh, why aren't you excited? That's rubbish. Maybe we shouldn't go anywhere at all. Angelina asked herself a question. I think this Oliver is living just fine without this stunning news. Whose daughter? Why does he even need this valuable information? She fell asleep like that in thought. In the morning, a colleague came to pick her up. Angelina arranged for Maggie to drive her to the bus station early, taking a ticket for the nearest bus. Angelina sat by the window and began to think about what she should do when she arrived in the city. She had two options: go to City Hall and wait for him there, hoping he would leave the building during the day, or find his home address on the internet and wait outside his house. No, not an option. And if he gets home at night, how am I going to get back to my town then, where I'll be sleeping on the street? Pregnant is not an option at all, so that leaves only work. You mean City Hall. She arrived in town around 10 in the morning. The weather was fine, a light breeze was blowing, the sun was shining, but it wasn't hot. Angelina strolled quietly through the park near the City Hall. Suddenly she saw a girl who was heading towards the City Hall. She was dressed in a business suit and shoes with a huge stiletto heel. Angelina didn't understand what attracted her to this girl, but she stared at her intently. And then the unexpected happened. The girl twisted her foot, tripped and fell. Angelina ran to her aid. "Should I call an ambulance?" "Are you all right?" Angelina asked. "I think I twisted my ankle," she said, almost crying. "My mom told me not to wear such stilettos." "Let me call an ambulance," Angelina insisted. "No, I really don't need one. Can you help me waddle to the office? I work at the town hall." Sure, Angelina was glad to be able to get inside the building. They walked slowly to the entrance. The guard, seeing the girl, also offered to call an ambulance, but Chloe, as the name of the fallen, flatly refused. They went up to the first floor and approached the mayor's reception area. "We're here." "Thank you so much," Chloe thanked her savior. "How can I thank you? Maybe coffee or tea?" And Angelina realized that this was her chance. "No, thank you. No coffee or tea. But I really need some help. I really need to get a few minutes with Oliver. I'm traveling from out of town to give him some important information. But he's a complicated man. He's a difficult man to get to. Can you help me?" Angelina folded her hands in a prayer gesture and made pleading eyes. "No problem," somehow too quickly agreed Chloe. "Why does he accept everyone?" "You don't know. Our mayor is a unique leader. He is much talked about not only in our city. He has no record of personal issues. If he's in his office and he's not busy, it's easy to get an audience with him." Wow. This is the first time I've ever seen such a thing. Angelina was genuinely surprised. Yes, many people are surprised. So your request is not a problem. You would have got to see him anyway. How about some tea? Especially since Oliver's not here yet. All right. Fine. Let's have tea. Angelina, after waiting for the mayor for about 40 minutes, they were already drinking their second cup of tea when the door to the reception room opened and a very stately and solid man of about 50 entered. He looked more like an athlete, broad-shouldered, trim. It was clear that he spent a couple of hours a week in the gym. He wore a dark gray suit, a light gold shirt of an obscure shade, and a tie. Angelina looked at the face. What if she had seen him once after all? But no, this was a man she would definitely remember. With thick black hair and blue eyes untouched by gray, beautifully shaped lips. But what Angelina liked most of all was his gaze. He looked stern, but with a kind of warmth. It was unclear how this could be combined. But that was the impression this man made, looking intently at the strange girl in his waiting room. "Are you here to see me?" The voice sounded so loud and confident that Angelina even flinched. "Yes, I can, of course," when it wasn't quite comfortable. He smiled and gestured Angelina into the office. The journey to the next chair seemed exciting to Angelina. She realized that she had nothing to fear, but she was still scared. Angelina didn't even notice that she had been sitting on the chair behind the desk for a long time, and the mayor of the city was sitting opposite her and waiting patiently. Yes, he was not delicate. He obviously saw the girl's excitement and did not want to prevent her from tuning in. but he couldn't wait indefinitely for her determination either. "I'm sorry, but I have a lot to do. You could get to the point more quickly. Do you need my help?" "Go ahead, I'll write it down," Oliver said. "I'm sorry to interrupt you, and please don't be surprised. I don't understand much of what's going on, but I was told to find you and give you some information." Oliver raised his eyebrows in surprise. "I'm not sure what you're talking about. Who told you to do that? What kind of information are you supposed to give me?" Angelina thought about it for a moment and decided to be honest about what really happened. At first, the mayor looked at her with distrust and suspicion, but then with interest. And when Angelina finally said what she had come for, the mayor felt unwell and clutched his heart. "Are you sick?" Angelina was genuinely frightened. "Should I call an ambulance?" "No, I don't need an ambulance. Can I have some water, please? It'll make you feel better." Angelina brought a glass of water and stood next to the mayor. "Excuse me, please, but can you at least tell me why you're doing this? Because I've been racking my brain thinking about it." "Excuse me, how old are you?" Oliver asked me out of the blue. 28. "Why?" The mayor covered his face with his hands and laughed. "Why are you laughing?" Angelina was surprised again. But suddenly she realized he wasn't laughing. "Crying? Oh, what are you doing? What did I say? Don't cry, please. Oh my God, what a load of rubbish, honestly. If I had known that I would bring this respectable uncle to tears, I wouldn't have come here at all," she thought. The mayor calmed down a little and looked at Angelina with a different look, as if he were studying her. "Can you explain anything to me?" "I don't understand anything Oliver said." Angelina added, "I can't worry, I'm pregnant." "I can't worry, I'm pregnant." Oliver stood up and hovered over Angelina. Hovering because Angelina was 168 centimeters tall and the mayor was clearly over 185. "Your name is Angelina." "That's a beautiful name. You're pregnant. Do you have a husband? When your mom died, was she ill or sudden death? Where did you live? How was your childhood? Was mom married? Is your grandfather still alive?" The questions came one after another. Oliver addressed the girl as you or you. It was obvious that he was very worried. "Oh my God, I have a daughter. I can't believe it. And I have a grandchild on the way," he said. Angelina went numb. "Father? That's my father? It can't be," she thought. The girl didn't know how to react. On the one hand, she now had a family man. On the other, he had betrayed her many years ago when he abandoned her mother. But Angelina, unlike many women, was not impulsive and always guided by logic and common sense. Therefore, she decided to first listen to her father's version of her birth, and then decide whether to communicate with him or not, though it was clear from his reaction that he was delighted with the news. "Excuse me, if you're so happy, why did you leave my mother when you found out she was pregnant?" Angelina asked. This question was particularly painful considering that she had also been abandoned recently when she found out she was pregnant. "I didn't abandon your mum. What's more, I didn't even know she was pregnant. If you give me a chance, I'll tell you everything and explain everything," Oliver replied. "Of course, I'd really like to hear from you what happened all those years ago and why you broke up. No matter how many times I asked my mother about you, she never told me anything," Angelina said. "Then you tell me." Oliver walked to the door and turned to the secretary. "Chloe, I'm not here for anyone today." Then he returned to the table and sat down opposite Angelina, as if deciding where to begin his story. "I met Camilla 29 years ago at a holiday resort. I had just graduated from university, and my parents gave me a trip to the sea. Camila was on holiday with her parents. I noticed her on the beach, but did not dare to approach her. as I saw that she was with her parents. In the evening, she came to the dance without an escort. So I asked her to dance. We got to know each other, got to talking. It turned out that we have a lot of common themes and interests, and we went for a walk to the night sea. We parted in the morning. We didn't have anything. We just sat on the beach and talked. But when she went back to her room, I realized I was in love. I'd never felt like that before. Your mom was a very beautiful woman. Not just outwardly, but probably more beautiful in spirit. She had an incredible inner world. She sounded like she was singing. It's impossible not to fall in love with such a woman. We met on the beach in the afternoon. We exchanged a few words and agreed to go to the cinema in the evening. Camila said that she had been punished for coming back late and that she would have to come back early today. I was a little surprised by this kind of control, as she was already 20 years old. Quite a mature girl, but she was afraid of her parents, especially her father. You could tell. We did go to the cinema in the evening. I don't know what she told them, but her parents let her go. After the cinema, we went to the beach again. That's when I kissed her for the first time and realized I was lost. I didn't know what to do. Asking for the hand of a girl you'd known for 2 days would be ridiculous and stupid. No one would believe in the sincerity of my feelings and intentions. But they were, both feelings and intentions. We sat on the beach until 2 a.m. and I walked her back to her room. The next day, Camila was not on the beach, nor did she appear in the dining room for dinner. I noticed that Camila's mother had taken her portion with her. I thought she was ill. The change of climate, the cool nights, so I decided to visit her. I went to their room and knocked. The door was opened by her mother, and she asked me in a disgruntled tone what I wanted. I can honestly say that we met recently and I like your daughter, I said. I noticed she wasn't here, so I came over to see if she was okay. Maybe she was ill. To which I received a very specific answer. It's none of your business what's wrong with our daughter. The frown and other young ladies young man did not raise for you. One slammed the door in your face. I wasn't prepared for that attitude. I'll be honest, I was surprised by the behavior of parents, such a rigid framework in relation to an adult, which was already Camila. 2 more days passed. Camila finally showed up on the beach, but she was different. It was as if she'd been replaced. Even the sparkle in her eyes was gone. I had to talk to her. I got a boy about 9 years old to carefully hand her a note that said, "I'll be waiting for you tonight." Camila arrived almost an hour late, but I would wait until morning. To be honest, I was really looking forward to this conversation and wanted to find out what was going on. "Oliver, I can't explain everything to you because it's hard for a normal person to understand," she began. "And you and I can never be together." "Why don't you like me?" I asked Camila. "I like you. I like you a lot. But my father doesn't like you. He doesn't like you very much. And I would never go against my father's wishes." Oh my God, what is this medieval stuff? I wondered. "Do you really let me decide for you who you should live with and marry?" "I don't want to, and I won't discuss it with you," Camila cut her off. "I'm sorry, but I really can never be with you," Camila said, crying. I could see that she was crying from resentment and despair, from this wild injustice and stupidity. I put my arm round her shoulders, and suddenly she turned her head and kissed me on the lips, really, and with such desire that I couldn't resist. And it happened. It was the first and only time. I never saw her again. In the morning, when I got to the beach, they were gone. Then I found out they'd left at dawn. Apparently as soon as Camila got back to her room, because we didn't break up until the morning. That was the story Oliver sighed. I wanted to find her. I knew her last name and the city she came from, but I didn't dare. A year or so later, I happened to be in that town, and I even found her address and went to see her. But my father opened the door and just threw me down the stairs, said he'd kill me next time. Angelina listened with bated breath. That her grandfather was strict and tough, she knew, and from her mother's words. But to be so. But that her mother had broken, that was obvious. Knowing the whole story now, Angelina understood why her mother had become so callous and rude. She felt sorry for her. But why did she do that to me, then Angelina wondered. Why, on the contrary, did she keep me away from her and behave to me as her parents did to her? She must have understood, as no one else could, how hurt and offended I was. But apparently the pressure that she has experienced all her life squeezed out of her all the good that still remained in her soul in her youth. "Are you married?" Angelina asked Oliver. "No," he answered. "I've been going through this love for a long time, trying to forget Camilla. Then I went out with other girls, but it wasn't the same. Emptiness in my soul. I'm so used to being alone that I don't care anymore. But your appearance in my life is a breath of fresh air, a ray of sunshine in a dark kingdom," Oliver said. "I don't know what other epithets to use in honor of your arrival. And with a grandson, jackpot, as the young people say. I'm really glad I have you now. Tell me about yourself, please. Where do you live? What do you do? Do you have a boyfriend? I'm interested in everything." And Angelina told her father everything she remembered about her childhood, about her relationship with her mother, which could hardly be called warm, about her illness, death, about moving to another city, failed relationship with Jonathan, and about the brightest and wisest person, Kimberly. "I want you to live with me," Oliver said. "There's so much to catch up on. I can't leave Kimberly. She doesn't have anyone else but me, you know. Let's use the first name. It's not like I'm a stranger to you. As far as Kimberly's concerned, I wouldn't mind if you came with her. It's more fun that way." Angelina looked at her father in surprise. "So she's a complete stranger to you. She helped you in your time of need and supported you. So I'm grateful to her too. Well, it's settled. You're moving in with me." Angelina suddenly remembered the first time she'd met Kimberly and decided to make the same joke. "There's just one problem besides Kimberly and me. There's another mate." "Who?" "The cat." Angelina smiled. "And that's as much as you want. You can have a dog too. I have a big house. There's plenty of room for everyone. I'll have to go to my town to get my things and explain everything to Grandma. Prepare her somehow." "Sure, I understand. But let's do it this way. Tonight you'll stay at my place. And tomorrow Thomas will take you to get your things and your grandmother." "Okay," Angelina smiled. She wanted to be with her father again, to talk to her family. Oliver and Angelina left the office. The secretary looked at Angelina with interest. She didn't understand who this girl was and why the mayor had canceled all his meetings and appointments for her sake. They went to a restaurant to have lunch and continue their acquaintance over conversation. Oliver asked Angelina about her tastes, hobbies, favorite foods, books, and films. It was as if the father had decided to find out everything he could about his daughter in one day. Angelina answered and asked counter questions. She was also interested to know something about her father. Their conversation was interrupted by a phone call. The number was unknown. Angelina initially wanted not to answer, but then decided to pick up the phone. What if it was from her new job? "Hello, are you Angelina?" She heard an unfamiliar female voice. "Yes, who is it?" For some reason, the girl was frightened. "It's the doctor from the hospital where Jonathan is now. Do you know this man?" "Yes, I do. Do you want to know what happened to him?" A woman's voice asked sternly. Wondering what happened to him. Angelina was puzzled. They'd broken up. Why are they calling her? He has parents. They live in another city, but still he has someone to call. He was in a car accident and asked me to call you. What about him? Angelina asked. He's in serious condition. Can you come to the hospital today? No, I'm in another city. I can't physically get there today. I will come tomorrow morning. Angelina checked the number of the hospital and that Jonathan was in the intensive care unit, not the ward. Was something wrong? Oliver asked. Do you need help? I don't even know how to act or what to say. Angelina explained the situation. I think you should go and visit the man. I'm not saying you have to forgive him and sit in his room. Absolutely not. But you should go and see him. You've been in a relationship for 2 years, so he's not a stranger to you. Yes, you're right, Dad. Angelina called him Dad for the first time, and Oliver had tears in his eyes. It was so surprising. Such a serious grown man was so sensitive. Thank you, the father said, and took his daughter's hand. For what? Angelina didn't understand. For calling me Daddy. They left the restaurant and drove to his house. The mayor's house stood out among the other private properties. Angelina looked curiously at the huge house, which looked more like a castle. Oliver caught her gaze and realized what she was thinking. Don't look at it because it's so big. I used to have a construction business. I built this house before I got into politics, so it's fair and legal. I didn't think anything of the sort. Angelina felt embarrassed, because that was what she had thought at first. All right, her father smiled and pretended to believe her. Angelina entered the house and was stunned. She had never seen such beauty, except in the cinema. Everything was competently and originally organized. It was obvious that a very good designer had worked here and thought over every detail of the house. Angelina walked around and looked at the furniture, paintings, statuettes, vases, crockery. She was very interested. Come on, I'll show you your room, Oliver said. They went up to the first floor. There were several doors. One of them led to a room. The father opened the door and gestured for his daughter to come in. The room was decorated in a soft green color. It was so delicate, barely noticeable, and incredibly pleasing to the eyes. In the center of the room stood a huge bed. Along the wall was a snow-white wardrobe. On either side of the bed were the same white-colored nightstands, and on them stood small lamps. Everything was so beautiful, so perfectly clean and shiny that Angelina was afraid to touch it all, lest it get dirty and leave marks. Her father looked at her and smiled. He understood perfectly well in what conditions his daughter had grown up, and now by all means he wanted to compensate her for all the emotions she had not received and provide her with a decent standard of living. Do you want to rest? Oliver asked. Honestly, I do. It was only when I saw the bed that I realized I was tired, Angelina admitted. Then rest. I'll go make dinner arrangements. What can I make you? Fish meat. Oh, I'd love some fish. I really like fish. That's great. And fish is very good for pregnancy. I'm going to go and you rest. As soon as her father closed the door, Angelina lay down on the bed, and in a matter of minutes she passed out. She was really tired today. At dinner, her father told Angelina that his driver Thomas would arrive at 8 tomorrow morning and take Angelina first to the hospital, then to Kimberly's flat. Then he would bring them back with the cat and Grandma. Oh, I'm sorry to burden you like this, to be honest, Angelina said. What do you mean, burden me? I'm your father, and it's my duty to take care of my daughter. Especially in a situation like this. He was quiet for a moment and added, let's make a deal. If you need anything, you tell me straight away. He took a bank card out of his pocket and put it in front of his daughter. This is your card. There will always be money on it. And don't you dare argue, it's useless. The PIN code is your mom's date and month of birth. I've got the money. Thanks, Dad. No need. Angelina tried to refuse. That's my girl. You don't think I'm going to let you work in your condition? And girls always need money for stuff. Also, take only your most precious and essentials, and we'll buy everything else here. Kimberly, too. Thank you. But I think I'm a darling. I think you think, and I think we've agreed it's useless to argue with me. I suggest we take a walk before we go to bed and get some rest. You have a busy day tomorrow. You need a good night's sleep. They walked round the garden, walked down the avenue, sat on a bench for a while, and returned to the house. Angelina said goodnight to her father and went up to her room. Before she went to take a shower, she dialed Kimberly. Baby, how are you doing in there? How is your father taking you? Angelina had already called Kimberly in the afternoon and told her about her parents' wonderful find, which Kimberly was glad about. It's fine, Grandma. I have 2 pieces of news for you. The good news and the bad news? Grandma asked and smiled. No, both good. You just don't worry. Okay? Angelina asked. So to begin with, it's usually after you say that you have to worry. Dad wants me to come and live with him. That's really good news and absolutely the right decision. You should live with your dad. What's the other news? Grandma, Kimberly, I really want you to come with me. Please, 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 please. Daddy personally invites you to come live with us. He doesn't want to leave you alone. There was silence on the phone. Angelina was afraid for Grandma and shouted, Grandma, are you all right? Yes, Kimberly answered through her tears. It was only now that Angelina realized she was crying. Why are you crying? Why are you crying? I'm not leaving you. On the contrary, I want you to come with me. You're coming. Okay. Thank you, baby. But I don't think it's a good idea. I'm a stranger to you, especially to your father. Why would you want me as a burden? Oh, how can you say that? What burden? You're very much my own person. You practically saved me. I can't leave you. And I'm not going either. Okay. I'll think about it till tomorrow. You're coming tomorrow, right? Yes, I'll come to see you. The hospital called. Jonathan had an accident and gave the doctors my number for some reason. I'll have to pop round to the hospital and see what's going on. And then I'll come straight to your place to pack. Okay, baby. Well, good night, and I'll see you tomorrow. Good night. Shh. Angelina showered, went to bed, and fell asleep with a happy smile on her face. In the morning after breakfast, Angelina got ready for the road. Annie, her father's au pair, made her sandwiches, put biscuits and water in a small basket. Take these in case you want a snack on the road. You can't go hungry, she said thoughtfully. Thank you very much, Angelina said. Angelina and her father went outside just as the car pulled up. Thomas, her father's driver, got out. Angelina saw him and froze in place. He looked incredibly like her favorite actor. Come on, it doesn't work that way for such a handsome man to work as a simple driver, she thought, and quietly asked her father. Is this your driver? Yes, but Thomas is not just a driver, he's also a security guard. He's a master of sports in Sambo. There was a small injury, and he had to retire from professional sports. He's a very nice and educated guy. When you talk to him, you'll understand, Oliver replied. How interesting, Angelina said with burning eyes. Thomas, I trust you with the most precious thing in life, my daughter. Keep an eye on her, you answer with your head, Oliver said in a serious tone. You have a daughter? That's the first I've heard of it, Thomas said in surprise. You wouldn't believe it, I just found out yesterday. You see how miracles happen in life. Don't you believe in miracles? Oliver smiled and repeated, don't drive. Drive carefully, as if you had a crystal vase in the car. Don't worry. Everything will be fine, the driver assured her, and took a small basket of groceries from Angelina's hands. Angelina hugged and kissed her father and got into the car. For the first 10 minutes they drove in silence. Angelina felt uncomfortable because Thomas looked so much like a famous actor, and she was embarrassed to even look at him. Thomas looked at the road and waited for his valued passenger to want to talk. If she didn't, then so be it. Angelina made up her mind and spoke first. "Thomas, do you know that you look like the actor Thomas Clinton?" And Thomas laughed. "How do I look like him?" "Except for the name." "And very much like him," Angelina insisted. And she was right, he did look incredibly like this actor. "Do you like the actor Thomas Clinton?" Thomas realized. "And how can not like him, when he is so handsome and incredibly charming? And in every role. Have you seen any of his films?" "Honestly, I don't remember. I don't really remember actors." "Bad memory?" "No, I just remember actresses better," Thomas smiled. "I'm a normal man. I like women." Angelina blushed deep red with embarrassment and even felt a pang of jealousy. And for some reason she felt uncomfortable that Thomas had said that. "Angelina, are you a film buff?" "Why not?" "I just love our films and serials. I don't watch foreign ones at all. And I have a good memory, so I remember the actors I like and enjoy watching." "What do you do besides watching films?" "I live. I work." "Are you married?" Unexpectedly he asked, and Angelina blushed again. "Why?" he asked. "What does he care?" thought the girl. "Why? Is it something you're interested in? Maybe I'm looking for a bride. And you're just my type. I like smart, interesting, and terribly modest girls who, when you ask them something, they immediately blush from head to toe." Angelina blushed even more and turned away to the window. "Really?" she asked, embarrassed, continuing to stare out the window. "Excuse me, who are you talking to over there?" And they both laughed. "If you're asking seriously, I'm no match for you," Angelina replied sadly. "May I ask why you are pregnant and what?" Thomas asked. But then he realized, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize it first. You have a fiancée and you're getting married? Then yes, I'll pass. I'm not interested in other people's brides." "No, I don't have a fiancé." "Then why don't you suit me?" "Because I'm pregnant with another man's child," Angelina said reasonably. "And you don't think your child needs a father?" "I suppose I do. But not every man will agree to raise another man's child." "I agree. Not every man would. But I'm not everyone. I'm unique." He smiled sincerely and winked at Angelina, which made her blush again. Angelina looked at Thomas questioningly, trying to understand whether he was joking or serious. "Are you joking?" "I don't think this is a joke," Angelina said. "No, I'm not joking. You're an incredible girl, I can tell. And you have a special energy that affects me. I've never felt this kind of emotion before." "How old are you, Thomas?" Angelina asked. "Does it matter?" "Yes. I'm 34. 34, Angelina was surprised. For some reason she had thought he was no more than 25, not badly preserved. Yes, Thomas joked again. Angelina liked his sense of humor very much. It was peculiar, of course, but subtle and original. Rather the opposite, too good. "I thought you were no more than 25, the girl said honestly. "Come on, really?" "Yeah, it's great. It's probably because of my resemblance to Konstantinov," Thomas joked again. And they both laughed. Angelina didn't notice how they arrived in the city. She enjoyed talking to Thomas so much that she didn't want to part. She gave him the address of the hospital and told him to stop by there first. As Angelina got out of the car, she suddenly yelped and clutched her stomach. "What's wrong? Are you ill?" Thomas was frightened. "There's no doctor." "I think the baby moved," Angelina smiled. "It's the first time." "Yes? Can you imagine how good it feels? You can see what an important moment I'm witnessing. And you say the baby is a stranger." "Can I touch it?" he asked, and without waiting for an answer, reached out his hand to Angelina's belly. "Yes," Angelina said, and was embarrassed again. But the baby was quiet and Thomas didn't feel anything. "Don't be upset. The first time is always like this, I've read. The bigger the belly gets, the more often and better it will feel." "You have given me hope now," Thomas smiled. Angelina smiled back, but said nothing. She really liked Thomas, but the possibility of them being together seemed very remote. "I won't be long. Please wait for me in the car," Angelina asked, and walked towards the hospital. She easily found the intensive care unit and learnt that Jonathan had been transferred to the ICU. "Can I visit him?" she asked the doctor. "Yes, you can. I'll take you there." Angelina entered the room, which was empty except for Jonathan. He was lying against the wall and staring at the ceiling, but when he saw Angelina, he became animated and even happy. He had fractures in his arm and leg on his right side. There was a large abrasion and bruise on his face. "Hey, Jonathan, what happened?" Angelina asked and sat down next to him on a chair. "Hello, darling. It's so good to see you," Jonathan said almost sincerely. "Don't ask me what happened. We were in such a mess with Andrew." "Is he alive?" "He's alive, but he's worse than I am. He's got a problem with his spine." "That's too bad. I'm sorry, what about you?" "Fractured arm, leg, and some other problem with my foot. We need to operate right away." "I see. How are you doing? How are you doing without me?" "I'm fine. I live. I work." "Do you miss me?" Jonathan asked hopefully. "Not anymore. I'm used to it. Or rather, I'm used to you. You hurt me too much." "I'm sorry, please." Angelina wondered, did he really want them to be together again, and was he ready to raise a child with her? Maybe the accident had changed his outlook, and now he would ask her to marry him. But the reality turned out to be completely different, and what Angelina later heard shocked her. "I'm sorry to you, of course, but you haven't exactly been fair to me either. I told you I didn't want kids, and now, surprise, surprise, I'm pregnant. How am I supposed to react?" "I don't understand. Are you apologizing or blaming me?" Angelina clarified. "Apologizing in a very peculiar way, I must say. I need your help, obviously. I need money urgently, and a lot of it I have to have an operation. My parents don't have that kind of money. And I just bought a car." "I don't have any money either," Jonathan said. "I don't have any either. Don't you know that? You have a flat and you can sell it." Angelina hadn't expected such insolence. "I'm sorry, I have to sell my flat and pay for your operation. Did I get that right?" she wondered. "Yes, we are not strangers, and we should help each other in a difficult situation. And I have a very difficult situation, and I have no one else to turn to." "Don't you think that's a bit much?" "No, I don't. Did you have an abortion?" "No, of course not." "Okay, so you're carrying my baby, and in order for it to be yours, you have to pay me as a donor because you fraudulently obtained my material. I didn't give my consent. You owe me a favor." Angelina was numb. She was prepared to hear anything, but something like this. She was so dumbfounded that she didn't know what to say. After recovering a little from the shock, she asked, "Tell me, did you hit your head in the accident? Did you have a neurologist look at it?" "No, there's nothing wrong with my head." "That's a very controversial conclusion because you're sick. Not a penny, you hear me? Not a penny you're getting from me. I thought you really wanted to apologize and raise our child with me. I was even prepared to ask my father for help. But after what I've heard, don't even get your hopes up." She got up from her chair, walked to the door, turned round and said, "Don't you ever dare call me again or come within a kilometer of me, or my father will." "You," my future husband Angelina smiled enigmatically. "Get well, sweetheart." She turned round and with her head proudly raised left the room. In fact, the girl could hardly hold back her tears. But when she left the hospital, she did cry. Thomas waited patiently by the car. When he saw Angelina crying, he rushed to her. "What's wrong? Did someone hurt you? Did something bad happen?" Thomas asked worriedly. "No, nothing happened. It's just that my past is worse than I thought it would be. So much worse that I feel like taking a shower right now. Like I'm covered in mud," Angelina said. "Maybe we should talk to someone ... without fists. Just man to man," Thomas suggested. "No, we don't. There's no use talking. It's a very bad case. Let's go home. To your father's house or to the flat?" "The flat, of course. We have to pack and pick up Grandma." Angelina asked Thomas to go up to the flat with her to help her carry her things out. Since she can't lift heavy things, much less Grandma. Kimberly was baking pies. The smell could be heard even in the entryway. "Grandma was making pies. She's such a good cook," said Angelina and opened the door with her key. "Grandma Kimberly, I'm here." "Baby, finally. What took you so long?" Kimberly came out of the kitchen and saw Thomas. She gave him a sharp look and nodded approvingly. "Now that's what I'm talking about. A real man, reliable, worthwhile, not like some of the others." Angelina smiled. "So he's worthwhile and reliable. That's good." For some reason, she was very pleased to hear that, as if she had brought her fiancé to introduce her grandmother. "Grandma, why are you making pies?" "We have to go," Angelina argued. "How? I've already done everything, and we'll have something to eat on the road. Did you pack your things quietly, baby?" "I'm not going. What do you need me for?" "An old sick man. Your father's probably glad he's got a daughter now, and then he'll kick me out and I'll be on the street. I'd rather live out my days here. So here's the deal. 1. If you're not going, I'm not going. 2. My father's a normal man, and he's smart, judging by his position. And he thought about it before he said it. And 3. I will never let anyone kick you out on the street." "How could you think that about my father? How could such a bad man give birth to a good girl like me?" Thomas commented modestly and smiled. The women laughed. "We have another hour to pack, so we don't have to drive at night. Then we take only the most valuable, expensive and necessary things to Grandma. Dad said we'll buy everything we need later," Angelina said. "I'm so embarrassed, so uncomfortable," Kimberly wailed as she gathered her things. An hour later, they were ready to leave. All they had to do was drop off the keys to their neighbor and arrange for her to water the flowers. From time to time, Sam the cat looked after the flat. He was put in a carrier and meowed at the whole entrance. He really didn't like to go outside. By 8 o'clock, they were home. Oliver met them at the gate. Kimberly was very worried, but Angelina's father turned out to be a really nice man and a warm host. He gave her grandmother a room on the ground floor so she wouldn't have to run up and down the stairs every day. The room was next to the library, which was a real gift to Kimberly. She read a lot, despite her age and deteriorating eyesight. Sam the cat was let out in the middle of the living room and proudly walked around his new domain. Oliver wanted to let Thomas go home, but Angelina insisted he stay with them for dinner. "Daddy, can I have a word with you?" She turned to her father. Sure, they stepped aside and Angelina asked, "Say, and if suddenly I want to marry, you will not object?" "Did the baby's father come to his senses and propose to you?" "No, but you've been to see him. Maybe you need some help. Should I get involved?" "Angelina, I realize you've broken up, but you have to stay human and help even your exes in difficult situations." Angelina looked at her father, wondering whether to tell him what Jonathan had said. But after thinking about it, she decided to tell him. Oliver was angry at first, then laughed. God, how impoverished the male species had become. What kind of a man would have to be to think of such a thing? What a nightmare. "Yeah, Dad, I'm shocked too." "So wait, then who are you going to marry? Or is there something else I don't know?" Oliver asked. "You remember the story of how you and Mum met, don't you? I think I'm in a similar situation. I just feel like he's my man." And he said he was looking for someone like me. It's amazing how history has a way of repeating itself. "Are you sure he's a good man?" Dad asked. "Will you introduce us before the wedding?" "Dad, don't you worry." Angelina paused for a moment, took a breath of air in her chest and blurted out, "It's Thomas." Oliver looked at his daughter in surprise, then looked at his driver, who was stroking Sam's cat and talking to Kimberly. Then he turned to Angelina again. "When did you two get to know each other so well to make such a life-changing decision?" "I'm telling you, I just feel it. He's very nice. Would you allow it?" Angelina asked. "Why should I forbid it?" Oliver didn't understand. "Well, he's just a driver. What if you say it's indecent or something?" "What?" "I'm the mayor of the city. My daughter is marrying a driver. Reputation and so on, Dad." "I don't care about reputation and stuff like that. All I care about is that you're happy, you know. And a reliable man to rely on in times of need, who won't betray you and who'll give you a shoulder to lean on. Thomas is like that. I'd be very happy if you two were together." Oliver was silent, weighing each word so as not to offend or upset his daughter. "He knows I'm pregnant," Angelina realized. "Good." They went back to the others. Angelina wanted to go for a walk before dinner, so Thomas volunteered to escort her. Kimberly and Oliver looked at each other and smiled. "Thomas, can I ask you a question?" Angelina asked as they walked away. "Of course you're allowed to do anything," Thomas smiled. "Why?" "Because you are my future wife. You can't keep secrets from your wife," he replied. "You're not joking, are you?" "No, I'm not joking about that sort of thing." "Then I agree." And she reached out to kiss him first. After dinner, Thomas went home and the tenants went to their rooms. Angelina lay down and was about to switch off her headphones when the phone rang. At first, she wanted to switch it off, thinking it was Jonathan calling again. But it turned out to be Molly. They rarely called each other, and her friend didn't know how much had happened in Angelina's life. "Hello, darling, how are you?" Molly shouted happily into the phone. "Hi. I'm so glad to hear from you. I have so much news. But first, tell me how you are. Are you coming to visit soon?" "We're coming in a month, but not for a while. Thomas has some firm issues to sort out and we'll be back. He's been offered an open-ended contract, so we're staying in Italy. And another thing." Molly was silent. She loved that kind of effect. "I'm going to be a mum soon." "Oh, come on. When are you due? April. I'm due in February, Angelina said. I'm sorry, what? You're pregnant? When was the wedding? Why didn't you invite me, your friend? Calm down, the wedding's still to come. Hey, how did you talk Jonathan into having a baby? I thought he was against it, wasn't he? He still is. I'm not marrying him. Wow, that's quite a personal life you've got going on. Well, tell me about it. I'm interested. Or do you want me to burst with curiosity and my husband to become a widower? So Angelina told her friend about the pregnancy and the breakup with Jonathan and the wonderful meeting with Sharon and then her father. You know, I love Thomas. You know, my meeting him is like meeting my parents. How is that possible? But I'm just sure he's my man. Do you want to laugh some more? Angelina asked. Go ahead, but it will be hard for you to surprise me or make me laugh now after all I've heard. Do you remember which actor I really like? You bet. A good-looking guy like Bradley Cooper. Not only you, but most of the female population likes him. What's he got to do with it? What are you suggesting? Are you marrying him? Isn't he Thomas too? No, of course not. Where am I and where is he? But my Thomas is exactly like him. You'll be amazed when you see him. I already am, said Molly. Mate, life has turned you around in a way that's worse than in the cinema. And you didn't believe it could happen in real life? No, Molly, now I do. They chatted some more and said goodbye, agreeing to meet at the next visit of Thomas's family. Angelina thought it would be necessary to set a wedding date just a month in time for their arrival. As she dreamed of her future, she fell asleep. A wedding, the birth of her son Andrew, and a happy married life with her beloved husband in her own father's home, and under the wise protection of her grandmother Kimberly lay ahead of her.